Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Had Second Chance System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ria's voice trembled with worry and sorrow as she implored Issei, expressing her deep concern for him. She questioned why he had acted the way he did, pleading for him to reveal what had happened to him, desperately hoping he was still the Issei she knew. However, Issei remained silent, his attention fully absorbed by the upcoming rating match against Team Serorg. His recent actions had instilled fear in everyone present and left his peerage heartbroken. Desperation filled Rias as she tugged on Issei's arm, trying to regain his attention. She cried out for him to respond, but her pleas went unheard. Issei continued to ignore her, his eyes locked on his opponent, Serorg Bale. A tense silence enveloped them, with Serorg glaring at Issei with intense hatred, while Issei's expression remained emotionless, indifferent to the turmoil he had caused. Ria struggled to hold back tears, her voice cracking with raw emotion as she expressed how much Issei's actions hurt her. Yet he remained unmoved, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Serorg. Ria's voice began to fade away for him, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Determined, Issei resolved that he would never lose again, his focus drowning out everything else around him. The events unfolded just over a week before the rating match between Team Gremory and Team Serorg. Issei had upset Rias by calling her president instead of her name, causing the entire ORC to turn against him. After Rias ran out of the room, Issei attempted to chase after her. Amid the tension, Akino stepped forward, her voice cutting through the air with a commanding tone. She warned Issei that if he pursued Rias without understanding his mistake, he would only hurt her further. Issei halted, freezing in response to Akino's stern words. Realization dawned upon him as he stared at her. Ravel, tinged with worry and confusion, questioned Akino about whether the situation was her fault, wondering if her mother had said something to upset Rias. Akino reassured her, softening her tone slightly, stating that Issei was simply being foolish. Her words carried a harsh undertone, leaving palpable tension in the air. Issei looked at the palms of his hands, reflecting on his actions. He thought to himself about how he could apologize when he didn't even understand what he had done wrong. The next morning, Issei arrived at the ORC clubhouse to train with his peers for the upcoming rating match. He walked up the stairs toward the main door, determined to make amends with Rias and the others by training hard and proving he could do better. Before he could enter, he was stopped by his peerage, who stood in front of the main door: Kiba, Zenobia, and Kaneko. Issei approached them with a perplexed and anxious expression, asking what was going on. Kiba, serious in demeanor, informed Issei that they needed to talk. Issei, attempting to sound nonchalant, interjected that there was no need to worry about the previous day, promising to apologize to Rias as soon as she arrived. His words were met with disgusted looks from the group. Kaneko, her patience wearing thin, expressed her frustration, telling Issei he was clueless and that he should save his breath if he didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Issei's expression shifted to sadness upon hearing Kaneko's harsh tone. Meanwhile, Akino leaned close to inform him that Rias was approaching the clubhouse with Akino and Asia. Eager to lighten the mood, Issei greeted them cheerfully, but his attempt at humor fell flat as Rias ignored him completely. Disheartened, Issei tried to call out to Rias, but Zenobia cut him off, expressing her frustration at his lack of maturity. She scolded him for not understanding the pain he caused Rias, making it clear that his presence was distressing for her. Issei looked flabbergasted, noticing the agreement in the expressions of his peers. However, he couldn't see Rias's face as she had not turned to acknowledge him. Rias addressed her comrades with firm resolve, instructing everyone to gather inside and prepare for the rating match. As the ORC members entered one by one, Rias held the door open for all, but when Issei approached, she decisively closed it without a glance, leaving him standing alone outside. Concern crept into Asia's voice as she questioned whether they were being too harsh on him. Akino, reflecting a mix of understanding and determination, responded that perhaps they were, but Issei needed to learn from his mistakes. She emphasized that Rias was the main girl in his harem, and if he couldn't reach her, there was little hope for the rest of them. Asia nodded reluctantly, realizing the truth in Akino's words. With heavy hearts, they moved toward the meeting room, leaving Issei behind, unaware of the turmoil brewing within him. Back outside, Issei felt his heart shatter as tears welled up, stung by the treatment from those he had considered friends and family. His mind echoed with self-doubt, questioning what he had done wrong. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, apologizing silently to Rias and everyone else. As he began to walk away, his eyes clouded with tears, a sudden jolt surged through his left arm, drawing his attention. He glanced down, horror flooding him as he realized his arm was gone, and his partner, Drake, was torn away from him. Issei's anguished cry pierced the air as pain engulfed him. Before he could react, he was ambushed by 3 devils wielding dragon-slaying weapons, severing his boosted gear and leaving him defenseless. One of the assailants targeted his hamstring, causing Issei to collapse onto the ground. Another drove 3 swords into his back, pinning him to the concrete beneath him. Issei's vision blurred, the world fading away. In a desperate whisper, he pleaded for help, calling out for Rias and begging for someone to save him. His voice trailed off, lost in the darkness that enveloped him. Although he hoped Rias and the others would hear him, he was unaware that the devils had set up a soundproof barrier around the area. In his perspective, he believed he had been betrayed by the ORC, left to face a terrible fate alone. Issei tried to call out again, but one of the devils struck him from behind, silencing him. The female devil of the trio sneered triumphantly, taunting him. Their mocking laughter echoed around him as Issei struggled for his last breath, his strength waning. Amidst his desperate struggle, his mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. He felt betrayed, recalling all the times he had risked his life for those who had turned against him. His mind churned with feelings of betrayal, darkening further as he thought of Rias and Rainier, 2 women he had trusted. Memories flooded his thoughts, and he questioned whether he had ever truly meant anything to them. He gazed toward the clubhouse, his last hope for salvation, extending his right hand toward it with a final surge of strength. But before he could cry for help, a sword made from demonic energy pierced his hand, pinning him further to the ground. Bloodied and weakened, Issei's thoughts darkened as he remembered Rainier's betrayal. He mused about the irony of his situation, feeling the weight of loneliness and betrayal. Desperation clawed at him as he resolved not to succumb. He needed strength, more power. In his darkest moment, a glimmer of hope emerged before him. A prompt appeared, illuminating his vision with words that offered a sliver of possibility in the face of his impending demise. Second chance appeared before him, along with 2 options, yes and no. Issei's mind raced with confusion and disbelief. He pondered the nature of this prompt, grappling with the inexplicable situation before him. Despite his uncertainty, he felt a flicker of determination. He needed to seize this opportunity, even if it felt like a cruel joke. Frustration boiled over as he realized he couldn't reach the button. His left arm was severed, and his right hand was impaled and pinned to the ground. Inside his mind, he battled with the unreachable goal, feeling a mix of determination and desperation. He started to reach with his right hand, pushing through the pain as he aimed for the button. As he moved forward, the energy sword cut deeper into his hand, but he pressed on, determined to reach it. The blades in his back shifted, causing more pain, but he continued to struggle. Blood began to flow as he fought against the odds, his body protesting with every movement. The devils around him laughed, unaware of his true intent, believing he was simply prolonging his suffering. Finally, with a surge of effort, Issei managed to press the button, and the prompt changed, offering him a new chance at life. Issei's mind raced with confusion, his thoughts jumbled in disbelief. He pondered the meaning of being chosen and receiving a blessing, overwhelmed by bewilderment. A sudden tingling sensation rippled through his body, jolting him. He was shocked by the strange experience. His body began to radiate a blood-red glow, catching the attention of the nearby devils. One of the taller male devils expressed his disbelief, questioning how Issei was powering up despite his injuries. Another devil echoed the sentiment, noting that it seemed like nothing more than a light show. A female devil observed that she felt nothing coming from him, her confusion evident. As the sword in Issei's hand disintegrated, the blades embedded in his back were forcefully expelled, soaring into the air before clattering to the ground beside him. Desperation and determination flickered in Issei's eyes as he murmured about needing more power. His words, filled with intensity, sent shivers down the spines of the devils. Despite his extensive injuries, Issei stood tall, his body still leaking blood from multiple wounds. His resolve remained unbroken, fueling his determination to face his adversaries head-on. The female devil shouted for her companions to eliminate the Red Dragon Emperor, rallying them to charge at Issei. In response, Issei extended his hand, summoning one of the Dragon Slayer swords. It flew from the ground into his grasp. His hand burned as he closed around the hilt, but he ignored the pain. With swift determination, he struck down the female devil, cutting her down in a shocking display of power that left the others paralyzed with horror. Amidst the chaos, the taller male devil bellowed in anger as he lunged at Issei once more. In a miraculous transformation, Issei's wounds began to emit steam, and every injury healed, leaving no trace of the previous damage. Although his left arm had regrown, it lacked the presence of his sacred gear. Issei swiftly reacted, pulling his left shoulder back and seizing the approaching devil by the throat with his newly restored left hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The devil, gripped by fear, stammered in disbelief. Inside Issei's mind, a whirlwind of thoughts churned as he marveled at his newfound power, feeling exhilarated and empowered. With a tight grip on the devil, Issei ended his life in an instant, leaving the last devil to drop to his knees in horror, tears mingling with the dirt beneath him. The other male devil's voice cracked with despair as he lamented the failure of their simple task. Silent and determined, Issei advanced toward him, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The devil instinctively lowered his head, unable to bear the weight of Issei's merciless gaze. In a moment, the devil vanished without a trace, leaving only echoes of his plea hanging in the air. Multiple notifications popped up one after the other, announcing the completion of the task and the rewards to be claimed. Issei's mind buzzed with confusion and curiosity as he wondered about the strange system before him. The concept seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of a video game system, yet shrouded in mystery. His brow furrowed as he pondered the implications of pocket dimension creation, intrigued yet apprehensive about the unknown. With determination, Issei pressed the claim button, unlocking a new ability and the potential to enhance his attributes and powers. Confusion gnawed at Issei's mind as he grappled with the sudden influx of information. Stat points, ability points, upgrades. What was happening? His thoughts raced, his inner voice echoing his bewilderment. The complexities of the situation overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly baffled and desperate for answers. A notification appeared, instructing him on how to create a pocket dimension. He extended his arm perpendicular to his body and focused on the task. Suddenly, the space in front of him began to crack and morph. A black hole emerged, pulling in everything around him, including the two dragon-slaying swords, the two fallen devils, and his severed left arm, which was part of his sacred gear. Just before the sacred gear could be drawn into the void, Issei managed to grab it with his new left arm, holding on tightly. The tutorial completed, he was instructed to walk into the pocket dimension, which would close behind him. Before he stepped inside, he glanced back at the clubhouse. It dawned on him that he was no longer needed or wanted by his peerage. They had abandoned him to face a cruel fate. With a sense of resolve, he decided to do one last thing for them. In this new dimension, he would train and grow stronger. Issei decided to train until he was strong enough to assist his friends in their upcoming raiding match against Sarorg. This would be the final act he would perform for them. Their betrayal and treatment had revealed everything he needed to know about their true intentions. He stepped into the portal, which closed behind him, marking the end of who he once was and the beginning of who he was destined to become. After Issei's departure to the pocket dimension, the members of the Occult Research Club left the clubhouse following their discussion about the raiding match. They exchanged concerned glances as they moved on with the rest of their schedule. The group members gathered, their faces reflecting the weight of the situation. Asia expressed her concern about how they would inform Issei of their plans and discussions if he wasn't allowed back into the clubhouse. Her voice carried a tone of worry and uncertainty as the group grappled with the dilemma before them. Kaneko, with a firm and resolute expression, stated that they would tell him when he acknowledged his mistake and apologized to Rias. Her words emphasized the gravity of Issei's actions and the consequences he faced. Caught up in the discussion, Zenobia interjected with skepticism, questioning whether they could count on him to realize his own mistake, referring to him as a perverted blockhead. Aquino then added her thoughts to the conversation. With determination, Rias felt the weight of her words resonate within the group, emphasizing the collective hope that Issei would grasp the significance of his actions and their effect on their unity and her trust. As they approached the spot where Issei had been pinned down, a sense of dread enveloped them. They could sense the lingering emotions of hate, agony, pain, and suffering, yet they struggled to comprehend the source of these feelings. Kiba expressed his disbelief and fear, feeling an overwhelming darkness. A chilling grip tightened around Rias's heart, mirroring the ominous sensation that filled the air. Her mind raced with concern, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Asia trembled, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, as if a menacing presence loomed just behind her. Kaneko's instincts were on high alert, her body tense with fear. In a surge of panic, they all rushed back to the safety of the clubhouse, their breaths ragged and hearts racing. Once inside, gasping for air, Rias demanded to know what had just happened. Aquino shook her head in confusion, her voice laced with uncertainty. After a tense moment, they cautiously ventured outside again, only to find that the eerie sensation had faded, leaving them perplexed. Could it have been a shared hallucination? No, the fear they had felt was too genuine to dismiss. Rias, adopting a commanding yet caring tone, resolved to confront Azazel and Rosweiss, believing they might hold the key to unraveling the mystery. She instructed her friends to return to their usual tasks and continue with their daily activities. In unison, the rest of the ORC acknowledged her command and dispersed to their respective classes, the lingering dread still haunting their thoughts. Meanwhile, Rias retreated into the clubhouse, her mind preoccupied not with the unsettling sensation but with thoughts of Issei. Doubts clouded her mind as she questioned whether she had pushed him too far and if her approach would truly bridge the gap between them. She pondered whether seeking relationship advice online was wise, realizing that many seemed to offer misguided guidance. Despite her concerns, Rias resolved to adhere to her plan, holding on to the hope that everything would eventually turn out well. The school day had ended, and everyone gathered at the front gate to head back to the Hyoudou residence. Throughout the day, Issei had been noticeably absent. He hadn't been seen in history with Kiba, P with Zenobia, or herbology with Asia. Concern began to grow among the group about his whereabouts, hoping he had simply gone home upset. Kiba turned to Zenobia, puzzled, and asked if Issei had been in PE class with her. Zenobia furrowed her brow, equally confused, and replied that she was about to ask if he had been in history with Kiba. Asia chimed in, expressing her concern that she had intended to ask both of them the same question. Rias, their leader, felt a rising sense of worry and questioned the group about Issei's absence from class. Aquino's expression darkened as she realized the gravity of the situation, noting that Issei hadn't been at school at all. A heavy silence fell over them as they contemplated the absence of their friend and comrade. As they made their way home, despite their frustration with Issei, they still cared deeply for him. They secretly hoped he was safe at home, especially Rias, who began to wonder if her plan would work or if it might have the opposite effect. Upon returning to the house and opening the front door, they noticed Issei's shoes were missing. He hadn't come home yet. Panic gripped Rias as she exclaimed that his shoes were nowhere to be found, indicating he still hadn't returned. Kiba attempted to reassure her, suggesting that he was probably just out with his other friends, though unease flickered in his eyes. Rias, however, was not satisfied with this explanation. Determined to ensure Issei's safety, she resolved to call him, her mind racing with the need to know if he was all right. With trembling fingers, Rias dialed Issei's number. The phone rang, and the sound coming from upstairs jolted the group with anticipation. Rias called out for Issei as she sprinted upstairs, the others following closely behind, their footsteps echoing on the staircase. Kaneko, with her keen senses, guided them toward the source of the ringing, her voice filled with concern. They rushed into the room, searching for Issei, but he was nowhere to be found. His phone lay on the bedside table, still charging, indicating he had forgotten to take it with him. Rias's expression turned to one of horror as she grasped the seriousness of the situation unfolding before them. A few hours passed, and Issei had not returned home for dinner. Concern grew among his friends, prompting them to contact Azazel in hopes of finding him. Akino's voice, laced with worry, broke the silence over the phone as she reached out. To Azazel. He responded with a measured tone, reflecting his curiosity about the situation. Akino's concern was evident as she inquired about Issei's whereabouts. Azazel shook his head, surprised by the news that Issei had not been seen since the Grabon Dragon event. Akino's worry deepened as she explained that Issei had not come home yet, intensifying their concern. Azazel's disbelief was palpable as he asked when they last saw him. The scene shifted to Issei, who had just entered a pocket dimension following a devil ambush over a week ago. He contemplated the new mission presented to him, to get stronger. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered about the strange system that had been offered to him and its origins. Notifications appeared, revealing Issei's current stats compared to when he possessed his boosted gear. He grappled with the reality of his diminished strength, realizing the significant drop without Drake. Doubts and insecurities swirled within him as he questioned his own abilities as a devil. The fleeting power he had felt during a previous battle now seemed like a distant memory. Yet, a glimmer of determination sparked within him, and he resolved to embrace the system's potential for growth. As he focused on his left hand, he witnessed a miraculous transformation. The gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor restored itself, symbolizing a return of his lost power. Despite his attempts to reach Drake within the boosted gear going unanswered, he vowed to make things right again. With renewed determination, Issei shifted his gaze to the notification screen, his eyes widening at the incredible abilities he could acquire. He marveled at the prospect of building creation, dimensional storage, environment creation, and time compression. The possibilities seemed endless, and he realized he could manipulate time within this dimension, allowing him to train extensively. With determination blazing in his eyes, Issei allocated his attribute points, enhancing his abilities and focusing on time compression. He envisioned creating training equipment to aid in his quest for strength. Surveying the blank canvas of his surroundings, Issei concentrated, reshaping the dimension to his liking. The sterile white transformed into a vast, endless flat land, with a captivating red sky above. Memories of Rias briefly clouded his thoughts, but he quickly refocused, understanding he had no time to waste. Analyzing his newfound time manipulation, Issei calculated the potential benefits. The ability to stretch time meant he could train for longer PRDS, preparing himself to harness more power. With his ability to create structures, he conjured a variety of gym equipment, determined to strengthen his body and become stronger overall. A new task emerged: Heartbroken Jimbro. Inside Issei's mind, confusion and frustration swirled as he grappled with the mysterious nature of the system. He mentally expressed his irritation about the name Heartbroken Jimbro, questioning its meaning. The system's unpredictability gnawed at him. It never revealed the rewards he would receive for completing tasks. Was it a flaw or a deliberate choice? He pondered, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. He reflected on the tasks ahead, realizing he had to complete them without knowing if the outcome would be beneficial or detrimental, perhaps depending on the challenge's difficulty. Despite the ambiguity, a determined spark lit up in his eyes. With renewed resolve, he decided to embrace the challenge, vowing to take it on regardless of the reward, as long as it helped him grow stronger. Bolstered by his determination, Issei set to work, crafting a training split with purpose. As time passed, he finalized his plan, ready to put it into action. Initially, he considered doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run daily. However, he quickly realized the futility of targeting the same muscle group every day, understanding that it would diminish in intensity. Instead, he devised a structured training regimen. Day 1 focused on strength and endurance, featuring barbell squats, deadlifts, bench presses, pull-ups, and a moderate 30-minute run. Day 2 emphasized agility and martial arts, incorporating agility ladder drills, jump rope, shadowboxing, bag work, and sparring. Day 3 returned to strength and endurance with Romanian deadlifts, overhead presses, barbell rows, dumbbell flies, and cycling. Day 4 again focused on agility and martial arts with cone drills, jumping jacks, boxing footwork drills, heavy bag work, and wrestling drills. Day 5 resumed strength and endurance with lunges, incline bench presses, chin-ups, dumbbell curls, and swimming. Day 6 continued with agility and martial arts, including box jumps, burpees, kickboxing pad work, Thai pad work, and jiu-jitsu drills. Finally, Day 7 wrapped up with strength and endurance, featuring barbell step-ups, military presses, lat pull-downs, tricep extensions, and another 30-minute run. Issei drew inspiration from hybrid athletes who trained across various disciplines to achieve their goals. Although he could use the system stats menu to upgrade his abilities, he believed in laying a solid foundation before relying on the system to enhance his strength. With determination coursing through him, Issei embarked on his first day of the rigorous training regimen, focusing on building his strength and endurance. The physical demands pushed him to his limits, and he struggled to catch his breath. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and the discomfort in his muscles, he pressed on, relentless in his pursuit of strength. Each step forward felt like a battle against his limitations, a testament to his unwavering resolve to become even more formidable. After enduring 2 grueling hours, Issei finally completed his workout, his body drenched in sweat and his muscles trembling with exhaustion. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment amidst the weariness that settled deep within him. Upon completing his task, the system notified him of his rewards: chicken BRST, brown rice, broccoli, and a protein shake. Issei marveled at the unexpected sight, his disbelief evident. He noted that the meal looked nutritious and delicious, reminiscent of what celebrities claimed to eat for bulking up. After finishing his meal, he took a moment to rest, knowing that his devil physiology would aid in his recovery, allowing him to train harder and longer in the days to come. Reflecting on his situation, Issei contemplated the mysterious system governing his new reality. He realized that the system ensured he completed his tasks, granting him new abilities and resources to keep going. He planned to dedicate himself to training for the next 20 days, then shift his focus to the system. With the rating match just over a week away, he aimed to maximize his training during this time. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Issei succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep sleep, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. 20 days later, Issei completed his last day of intense training, having made substantial progress. Although his physique had not changed dramatically due to the lack of hypertrophy training, he felt more prepared than ever. The only noticeable change in Issei was his improved posture and muscle definition, a result of fat loss from his cardio workouts. In a sense, he had bulked up a bit, but it was not evident unless he removed his shirt completely. Issei's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he contemplated the concept of energy manipulation. He found it fascinating, especially since he already possessed such abilities with Draig. This seemed to be his unique version of it. Lost in thought, he reflected on the structure of his abilities, noting that the central ability took precedence, surrounded by 4 distinct attributes, with additional locked attributes awaiting his maximum potential. He understood that energy negation allowed him to nullify energy, rendering energy-based attacks ineffective. Energy absorption enabled him to assimilate various types of energy from their sources, allowing him to enhance his abilities or use the absorbed power as a temporary or permanent source. Energy generation provided him with the ability to produce various types of energy, turning it into a potent offensive weapon when necessary. Lastly, energy perception granted him heightened awareness of the energies connecting the universe, allowing him to observe his surroundings beyond ordinary vision. As Issei focused on the intricacies of his abilities, he noted a significant increase in his SP and AP compared to previous instances. He speculated that this could be due to the extended duration of the task he had undertaken. He intended to enhance all aspects except for time compression, believing that he did not require additional time given the pace of his advancement. Nevertheless, he decided to reserve some spare AP as a precaution. His contemplation deepened as he explored the depths of his newfound potential. The energy absorption aspect intrigued him, reminding him of Vala's divine dividing. For the first time in a while, Issei paid meticulous attention to his stats menu, his determination shining in his eyes. The complexities of his abilities became a puzzle he was eager to solve, a path toward mastering his newfound strengths. He reviewed his current stats: vitality, strength, intelligence, agility, dexterity, senses, and luck. A sense of disillusionment clouded his thoughts as he realized his capabilities had not changed since he last checked. The stagnation of his strength statistics was particularly disheartening, leading him to question the impact of his efforts on his present state. He wondered if he needed to directly upgrade his abilities to see any improvement in his overall aptitude. With renewed determination, Issei delved into understanding the intricacies of his stats. He recognized that strength influenced his power in all areas, including physical strength and the potency of his attacks, while also affecting his durability. Vitality encompassed his health, stamina, endurance, and willpower. Agility dictated his movement, aiding in evasion and stealth. Intelligence pertained to his intellect, influencing his intuition and strategic thinking, which were invaluable for devising plans. Senses referred to his ability to perceive his surroundings, a skill emphasized by Draig's extraordinary dragon senses. Dexterity involved his coordination and precision in movement, crucial for battles requiring skillful limb movements. Lastly, luck increased his chances of favorable outcomes, a mysterious force he had yet to fully understand. Issei had 12 SP to spend and decided to invest 2 points in each stat except for luck. He stood alone in the dimension, reflecting on his journey. He felt that luck was not something he needed at the moment, recognizing the importance of other stats for his progress. He considered himself fortunate to have survived various challenges, from narrowly escaping danger to overcoming ambushes. Undeterred, Issei dedicated himself to training for several more days, putting in long hours in the real world. He diligently completed tasks assigned by the system, earning substantial SP and AP rewards that allowed him to enhance his stats further. Then, an unexpected sensation washed over him, an intruder approaching the rift connecting the dimension to the real world. He wondered who it could be and realized it was Azazel. As a rock sailed into the dimension, Issei contemplated its purpose. He decided to toss it back gently, signaling that he posed no threat. Moments later, a light spear hurtled toward him. With his newfound powers of elemental manipulation, Issei intercepted the attack, freezing it and sending it back with restraint. Growing impatient as the minutes passed, he muttered to himself, unable to endure the wait any longer. With his energy construct, Issei reached through the portal, seizing Azazel and pulling him inside. Azazel yelped in surprise, his eyes squeezed shut in fear. Issei reassured him that everything was all right and encouraged him to open his eyes. When Azazel complied, he recognized Issei and exclaimed his name in astonishment. Their conversation mirrored past interactions, with Azazel expressing concern for Issei. In return, Issei shared his memories, newfound powers, and rigorous training regimen. In his thoughts, Issei reflected on Azazel's true character, realizing that Azazel had never been part of those who had abandoned him. He felt he could trust him, acknowledging the father-son bond they shared, despite not being related by blood. Azazel then inquired about the origin of Issei's power. Issei acknowledged his curiosity, stating that he had thought about it on several occasions. However, he had chosen to prioritize his training for now, planning to explore the matter further after the raiding match concluded and he distanced himself from the ORC. He invited Azazel to join him in this investigative endeavor. Despite his responsibilities as a teacher, Azazel remained open to the idea, though he noted that it depended on his availability. He reminded Issei of his duties as a student, emphasizing the importance of attending classes and striving for excellent academic performance, even though Issei had a legitimate excuse for his absence that week. Issei playfully acknowledged this, calling Azazel old man. Azazel's visit lasted only a day in the dimension, equivalent to about an hour in the real world. Before departing, Issei provided him with a means of contact and extended an open invitation, assuring him that he could visit anytime. Issei's inner thoughts reflected his growing trust in Azazel. He hoped Azazel wouldn't feel pressured to share what Issei had confided in him, as that could disrupt his training. He was still striving to reach the level he aspired to achieve. With that, Issei continued his training, unwavering in his commitment. He dedicated himself to intense training for another 19 days, determined to reach his goals. He upgraded the time compression attribute again, using one ability point, resulting in a time ratio of 1 second to 40 seconds, or essentially 1 day to 40 days. During those 40 days, Issei unlocked a new ability called Leveler. This trait allowed him to have an experience points bar for his attributes, meaning that when he used a specific attribute, he would gain experience points for that ability, helping it get closer to leveling up. The more he used the attribute, the more experience he gained. Now, he had 2 ways to upgrade existing attributes, one using ability points and the other by performing an attribute repeatedly until it leveled up. He pondered the concept of traits, realizing they were modifiers that affected powers and were associated with powers rather than individuals. He learned about archetypes, which referred to collections of powers commonly found together, often linked to specific roles. These were not archetypes of particular individuals but rather sets of powers. He discovered that psychic abilities related to the human psyche included extrasensory perception, telepathy, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis. These abilities involved the mind's interaction with the physical world or the perception of information beyond the 5 senses. Although debated within the scientific community, some believed they possessed these abilities or had witnessed them in others. Physiology referred to abilities related to possessing traits and abilities of other entities or beings, allowing for shape-shifting, animal communication, possession, and summoning. Meta-powers operated from an external perspective, fundamentally differing from other superhuman abilities, often manipulating things on a level that transcended the world's laws. Manipulations involved controlling and influencing subjects, objects, or concepts using non-physical means, while magic referred to supernatural acts that could not be explained by natural laws. Enhancements improved abilities beyond natural limits, and constructs related to abilities that involved building or forming something. Almighty powers had the potential to influence everything, encompassing extraordinary powers not limited by the laws of physics. Inside Issei's mind, thoughts swirled like a storm as he absorbed the influx of information. He recognized the importance of his upgraded intelligence, which allowed him to grasp the complexities of the knowledge presented to him. His mental faculties analyzed the acquired abilities, categorizing them meticulously. He noted that the majority of the abilities he had acquired fell under manipulations, while he had yet to delve into magic. Each realization added another layer to his understanding as he explored the nuances of almighty and meta powers. It appeared that almighty powers and meta powers resided at distinct levels, and he pondered the differences between these profound forces. Almighty pertained to deities like God, suggesting the ability to erase and create new concepts, whereas meta seemed capable of influencing existing concepts. The complexity of these distinctions fascinated him, sparking a thirst for further knowledge. Azazel returned after a day to check on Issei again. The cunning and inquisitive fallen angel observed Issei keenly. He noted the transformation Issei had undergone since their last meeting and inquired if he had tinkered with the dilation of his abilities. Issei nodded, indicating that it was now one. Azazel's eyes sparkled with curiosity, intrigued by the possibility of endless upgrades. Issei clarified that the maximum level cap was 10 and that his time compression skill had reached level. Intrigued, Azazel leaned in, asking what time dilation would be at level. Issei pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow in concentration. He speculated that the trend seemed to be a doubling effect with each upgrade. Level 1 stood at 10, level 2 at 20, and level 3 at if the pattern persisted, level 10 would likely reach somewhere in the range of the 5000s. Azazel sighed, processing the information, and chuckled softly, admitting that despite appearing calm and collected, he felt utterly clueless about how to respond. The idea that a single day in the real world could equate to over 5,000 years in this place was mind-boggling, especially for a devil, as that was practically half their entire lifespan. Issei nodded in understanding and asked how everyone reacted to the information he had shared. Azazel grinned, relaying that he had passed on the information as instructed, leaving out the details Issei wanted to keep quiet. The others were disappointed to hear he wouldn't be joining them that week, but it had motivated them to train hard for the upcoming raiding mash. Issei smiled slightly, recognizing the positive development. Azazel observed as Issei delved back into his training within the time-dilated dimension. During their time together, Issei explained the intricate subcategories of his abilities and powers, capturing Azazel's fanatic interest. Azazel, a power-hungry enthusiast, trembled with excitement at the vast potential he sensed in Issei. After absorbing every detail, Azazel left the dimension, his mind buzzing with speculation about Issei's future. Meanwhile, undeterred, Issei resumed his training, driven by determination and a thirst for even greater power. Suddenly, a notification popped up, announcing a boss battle. Issei's voice echoed through the eerie silence of the tomb, filled with curiosity and determination. This was a new challenge, distinctly different from the multitude of randomly spawned monsters he had faced before. He wondered how he would fare in his first boss battle and reminded himself to be confident, as he had dedicated himself to training over the past 60 days. Abruptly, the dimensions around him began to shift and change. Confused, Issei exclaimed that he hadn't even done anything. The surroundings morphed and twisted, constructing buildings until he was encased in pure darkness. He questioned what was happening, his tone laced with frustration and apprehension. Drawing upon his elemental manipulation abilities, he conjured an orb of plasma in his hand and propelled it into the air. The globe emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the area. It seemed to be some kind of tomb, and he pondered if it was for dramatic effect. Observing a dead end behind him and a long, wide bridge ahead, he noticed a glowing door at the other end, its purpose unclear. He wondered if that could be the boss room or the way out. Steeling himself, he ventured across the bridge, peering over its edge to see a ravine below filled with treacherous rapids and sharp rocks. The bridge was suspended so high that one could quickly meet their demise by jumping off. Issei's keen senses detected another presence, eyes watching him intently. He declared that there was no point in hiding, as he could feel the eyes on him. Suddenly, a massive winged bat swooped onto the bridge from the tomb's ceiling, its grotesque features contorted in a snarl. Issei quipped about the beast's appearance, preparing himself for the impending battle. The beast screeched and took flight, circling the tomb and causing echoes throughout the space. It flew so fast that Issei had difficulty tracking it in the dark. The beast decided to attack from directly above, but Issei remained still, waiting for the right moment. When the beast saw Issei's glowing red eyes, it screeched and backed off from its attack. Issei scoffed at the beast's actions. Suddenly, there were crashing sounds as if the beast was colliding with the rocks on the ceiling. The rocks fell onto the bridge, causing it to break and collapse. The beast intended for Issei to fall to his death in the ravine, but Issei had already devised a plan. As the bridge collapsed further, he used his agility to leap onto the broken pieces as they fell, using them as stepping stones. Once he reached the highest piece, he jumped toward the beast, forming two daggers in his hands. He stabbed the beast on its back, causing it to shriek in pain. However, Issei was not finished. He controlled the beast's flight using the impaled daggers as a joystick, directing it downwards into the ravine. Before the beast could land, Issei jumped from its back and landed on the other side of the bridge, where the glowing door was, ripping off the beast's wings to prevent its escape. The beast shrieked as it fell into the ravine, and the impact with the water ended its life instantly as it was swept away. Issei stood in awe before the majestic door, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, questioning if that was truly the boss. It seemed almost too easy, the horde of monsters summoned by the system posing more of a challenge than this. Issei contemplated the possibility that he had entered a boss's sanctum, his gaze unwavering on the radiant door before him. The uncertainty hung heavy in the air, his mind racing with the possibilities that lay beyond. As Issei stepped through the glowing door, he found it was not a physical barrier but a passage of light. He looked down to see the waterfall from the previous section, looping around in a perfect circle. At the bottom lay a small island, the size of a school gymnasium, surrounded by the cascading water. Issei marveled at the spectacle, intrigued by the sight. He wondered how the water managed to stay within its bounds. With determination, he leaped onto the island at its center, the descent from the top of the waterfall akin to jumping from the height of a skyscraper. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of this place, which felt almost like an abyss. His footsteps echoed on the island's edge as he observed a stone platform at its heart, illuminated by torches on either end. Intricate carvings adorned the surface, giving it the aura of a ritual sanctuary. Issei's intuition tingled. This was likely a boss-type battle. As if in response to his thoughts, the carvings on the platform glowed with an ominous yellow light. Unfazed, Issei waited, anticipation building within him. Suddenly, a beam of light descended onto the platform's center, revealing the silhouette of a towering warrior wielding a sword. The light dissipated, unveiling the warrior in full detail draconic armor, a giant skull for a torso, and a helmet obscuring its face. Issei couldn't help but make a quip about the warrior's appearance, chuckling to himself. The warrior remained silent, but its sword pointed at Issei, issuing a silent challenge. Issei scoffed, his confidence unwavering, ready to face the threat. With a swift motion, Issei attempted to manipulate the elemental energies around him to trap the warrior using the platform's material and incinerate him with the torch flames. However, the skull piece on the warrior began to glow, nullifying Issei's powers. Frustration surged within him as he tried again, only to be thwarted once more. Determined not to be defeated, Issei rushed toward the warrior with blinding speed, delivering a powerful punch to its gut. The warrior staggered back, and Issei seized the moment to launch a shin kick aimed at the side of its helmet. Though he felt pain from the impact, he managed to send the warrior tumbling into the water. Believing he had incapacitated it, Issei was caught off guard when the warrior leaped through the water at incredible speed, slashing him across the torso with its sword. Frustration boiled within Issei as he assessed the situation. He lamented that if he had a sword, the battle would be entirely different. With lightning reflexes, he leaped backward toward the platform's edge. As the warrior charged, he dug his fingers under the platform, flipping it over onto the approaching foe. The warrior halted, momentarily distracted by the looming structure. Seizing the opportunity, Issei broke through the platform from the other side, lunging toward the warrior. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring their surroundings. In the chaos, Issei moved one of the torches into the exposed area of the warrior's helmet. Flames engulfed the warrior's face, yet it remained silent, leaving Issei bewildered. As the dust settled, the warrior rose, revealing a grotesquely burned visage reminiscent of the monsters Issei had faced before. He wondered if this warrior was a higher rank of those creatures. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the warrior teleported before him, driving its sword into Issei's body. Pain surged through him as the flames intensified the sword's effects. The warrior then flung Issei into the waterfall, causing a significant impact that altered the cliff structure. Relieved to find himself landing in the water, Issei's mind raced with dark humor. He was grateful for the fortunate landing, reflecting on how he could have been burned to a crisp. Yet, his momentary relief vanished as a powerful hand emerged from the water, hurling him upward. Before he could react, Issei was struck mid-air, plunging deeper into the water's depths. In his despair, frustration churned within him. He lamented his reliance on his abilities, realizing he had become too dependent on them. Self-loathing washed over him as he recognized his mistakes, acknowledging that he had become cocky once again. His reverie was interrupted when something smacked him in the face underwater. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the bat from earlier, its lifeless body a testament to its fate. Nearby, he spotted the daggers he had used to defeat the bat. A glimmer of hope sparked within him as he realized he could use them. With newfound resolve, Issei yanked the daggers from the bat's carcass and propelled himself upward, breaking the water's surface. He spotted the warrior waiting for him, determination etched on its features. Armed not with supernatural abilities but with his wits and the daggers in hand, Issei was ready to face the challenge. With determination burning in his eyes, Issei taunted his opponent, brandishing the two daggers as a challenge. He lunged forward, his agile form a blur as he closed the distance between them. The warrior responded in kind, leaping toward Issei, and their clash of steel rang through the air as Issei's left dagger met the warrior's sword with precision. Seizing the moment, Issei utilized the collision's momentum to slip past the warrior, driving his dagger deep into the opponent's shoulder. He felt a surge of triumph as he taunted the warrior, noting that he was now one-armed and challenged him to use his sword with just one arm. The warrior, undeterred, spun around, wielding the sword with his remaining arm and launching a fierce attack at Issei. Swiftly, Issei blocked the incoming onslaught with his daggers, though the force sent him sprawling to the ground. As he regained focus, he saw the warrior preparing for a devastating drop attack. Issei bided his time, his senses sharp and alert. At the perfect moment, he sprang into action. With a graceful flip backward, he evaded the warrior's descending sword, which became embedded in the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Issei rushed forward, his daggers slicing through the air as he deftly severed the warrior's fingers with precision and skill. With a triumphant smirk, Issei taunted the warrior, relishing in his suffering. He casually approached the fallen sword and gripped its hilt, commenting on its quality. In a desperate bid, the warrior charged at Issei, attempting to tackle him. However, Issei propelled himself onto the sword's hilt, executing a one-handed handstand to evade the attack. Dropping to the ground, he swung the sword around, striking the warrior's chest plate. In an instant, the chest plate flickered, and Issei felt a surge of power returning to him. Realizing that the chest plate had locked away his abilities, Issei's confidence was restored. The warrior roared in frustration, but Issei swiftly ended the confrontation with a decisive blow, stating that it was enough. With the boss defeated, Issei was presented with his rewards, including new traits that allowed him to bind a deceased soul to his essence and extract items from corpses. Deep in thought, he mused about the traits and their similarities, considering the fallen warrior before him. Driven by curiosity and newfound power, Issei extended his abilities toward the fallen warrior. With focused determination, he channeled his energy, causing two radiant orbs to materialize from the warrior's essence. One sphere glowed with ethereal light while the other resonated with the material of the warrior's body. A spark of determination glinted in Issei's eyes as he chose to try the material first. The material orb responded to his command, soaring into Issei's hand. As he held it, the sphere transformed into a formidable sword, its blade gleaming with newfound power. This sword, classified as a nullification sword, was rare and had the ability to nullify opponents' abilities and stats as long as Issei had the energy to sustain it. Intrigued, Issei contemplated the implications of the sword's powers. He then summoned the second orb, which coalesced into the warrior's physical form. The apparition knelt before Issei, a silent testament to its unwavering devotion to its newfound master. This elemental warrior possessed the ability to absorb any elemental damage and nullify abilities while degrading stats. Issei reflected on the intricacies of his new abilities, finding them reminiscent of necromancy. He acknowledged that while it was an intriguing power, he preferred to reserve its use for necessity alone. As he bound the souls to his essence, he felt a surge in his magical prowess and contemplated the potential advantages of absorbing the magical capacity of his soul soldiers. As the surroundings morphed back to normal, Issei smiled at the experience, thinking about how fun it had been to change the environment for a boss battle. He noticed the remains of a bat he had defeated and regarded it with amusement, deciding it was too weak to bother using his new powers on. With a wave of his hand, he incinerated the bat into nothingness. In the depths of his thoughts, Issei reflected on his recent battle, resolving to ascend to the level he aspired to. With a rating match approaching in 2 days, he considered whether that would be sufficient or if he would need an extension. Determined, Issei channeled his energy into time compression, investing points to create a significant time advantage within his pocket dimension. Realizing the potential for training, he felt a mix of excitement and regret for not embarking on this path sooner. Just imagine, he thought, how he had devoted nearly 5 years to training within these walls. The excitement in his voice was palpable as he embraced the immense possibilities that lay before him. After a day had passed since Azazel met with Issei in the time-dilated dimension, he decided to return for another checkup. Unbeknownst to him, Rias had sent her familiar to follow Azazel in order to discover Issei's location. Azazel noticed the changes and called out to Issei, who then instructed him on what to do. Following Issei's guidance, Azazel used Issei's new reflection ability to enter the time-dilated dimension through the reflection of a sword in the pond. Upon arriving, Azazel was taken aback by Issei's remarkable transformation. Issei had grown taller and bulkier, with his hair cascading down to his eyes. Amused, Azazel teased Issei about his new appearance. In response, Issei explained that he had upgraded the time dilation to 1:320, allowing nearly a year to pass in just a day, which had caused him to age slightly. Azazel chuckled, playfully questioning whether this new maturity truly counted. Issei, with a hint of uncertainty, calculated that he had spent around 400 days in the dimension, making him 18 years old, and nearing Azazel continued to jest about Issei's age, pointing out that despite the time flow, he was still young at heart. Issei acknowledged this with a grunt. Curious about Issei's decision to extend the time dilation, Azazel asked why he had done so. Issei admitted that he had been doubting his own readiness and whether he was truly prepared for what lay ahead. Intrigued, Azazel pressed for more details, and Issei simply stated that he was preparing for a boss battle. Azazel remarked on how Issei's new power resembled a video game mechanic. Issei sighed, explaining that he had faced numerous challenges over the past months, each one helping him grow stronger. However, Azazel expressed concern, questioning whether that was truly enough for Issei. Issei confessed that his desire for power only intensified with each moment spent in the dimension. Azazel's brow furrowed with concern as he regarded Issei, worried about the implications of his insatiable thirst for strength. Issei met Azazel's gaze, revealing a mix of determination and inner conflict as he spoke about fulfilling his role as the Red Dragon Emperor. Changing the subject, Azazel inquired about Drake, his tone softening with genuine concern for Issei's partner. As they spoke, Azazel took in their surroundings, noticing that the dimension had transformed into a dark academia-inspired realm reminiscent of the Dark Ages, complete with towers and castles against an ominous red sky. Issei's voice echoed behind Azazel, teasing him about the changes he had made. Astounded, Azazel expressed his disbelief, questioning how Issei had accomplished such a feat. With a flick of his fingers, Issei transformed the entire dimension to mirror the region of Kuo. Azazel, wide-eyed, was taken aback by the sudden shift. Issei then reverted the dimension back to its dark academia vibe, inviting Azazel to follow him if he wished to see Drake. Guiding Azazel through the grand castle, Issei led him into the expansive armory, a treasure trove filled with weapons and items from the foes Issei had faced and subdued. Azazel's eyes widened with awe at the vast collection, which promised hours of exploration. As he took in the array of items, Drake's voice echoed in the room, questioning Azazel's presence. Azazel turned to see a glowing glass chamber at the center, where liquid swirled around Issei's former left arm and the sacred gear housing Drake, the Welsh dragon. Astonishment washed over Azazel as he processed the surreal sight before him. Small flashback, 6 months prior, dimension time. During his training and tasks for the system, Issei sensed a familiar energy surging within him. He called out to Drake with surprise and hope as he dashed towards the armory, feeling Drake's awakening. Inside, he beheld his former left arm, glowing red within the liquid-filled chamber. Issei's emotions were a mix of disbelief and joy as he called out again. Drake's voice echoed with astonishment and relief, expressing his surprise at Issei's survival. He had believed he was moving on to his next wielder and was curious about how Issei managed to endure. Issei replied, placing his hand on the chamber glass, ready to share the long story of their separation and his journey since then. Drake expressed deep remorse for not being by Issei's side during their ordeal, apologizing for his absence and lamenting that he could not detect the hidden threats due to the devil's clever devices. Issei reassured him, conveying gratitude and understanding, insisting that the blame did not lie with Drake. Drake noted that Issei's energy and power felt distinct from before, speculating that it might be a result of the new system he possessed. He expressed curiosity about this newfound might. Issei, incredulous, questioned whether even Drake did not understand the power system. Drake admitted that in all his existence, he had never encountered such an extraordinary ability or someone wielding such immense power. He wondered if Issei's newfound ability meant he no longer needed Drake's presence. Issei firmly declared that he still required Drake by his side. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had come to long for Drake's constant presence and support, emphasizing the deep bond they shared. The flashback ended. Drake's deep voice resonated as he greeted Azazel, expressing warmth at seeing him again. Azazel, with his usual wit, remarked that Drake had missed their weekly therapy sessions, noting that he had missed over 50. Drake dismissed the comment with confidence, assuring that he would make sure Issei paid Azazel a visit so they could converse as they had in the past. Meanwhile, Issei interjected, drawing Azazel's attention to the new task at hand. Azazel, the enigmatic leader, smirked knowingly at Issei. He found it intriguing that the system expected Issei to reattach his arm and activate the boosted gear. Issei, visibly irritated, dismissed the comment with a disdainful snort, noting that the prompt appeared just as Drake emerged from his long slumber. Drake, clearly frustrated, expressed his annoyance, emphasizing that he had repeatedly stated he had no memory of why he had been in that state. Their bickering resembled that of an old married couple, while the task at hand loomed over them, a reminder of their peculiar situation. Azazel, growing impatient, interrupted their banter, questioning why Issei had not yet tackled the task. Issei scoffed, suggesting that Azazel had a peculiar fascination with such matters. Drake echoed this sentiment, pointing out that it seemed only fair for Azazel to witness whatever unfolded, given his insatiable curiosity about sacred gears. Azazel's annoyance grew as he reflected on the absurdity of being labeled a pervert by a teenager with an obsession for BRSTS and his dragon companion who joined in the mockery. Issei, undeterred, continued his reasoning, suggesting that the system possessed knowledge of sacred gears that even Drake could not comprehend. He proposed the idea of merging the system and Drake into a single entity, which would ultimately be himself. Intrigued yet cautious, Azazel raised a concern about how they could determine if Drake was compatible with such a phenomenon. Issei countered, confident in his convictions, arguing that the system's orchestration aimed to elevate him beyond his previous self. The conversation paused momentarily as Issei emptied the contents of a container. Azazel, curious, inquired about the liquid's composition. Issei casually revealed it was a mix of alcohol and deionized water, inspired by a movie. With determined resolve, Issei opened the chamber and grasped his left arm. In a surreal display, his arm dematerialized, leaving Azazel puzzled at Issei's apparent lack of pain. Drake's question hung in the air, asking if Issei was ready. Bracing himself, Issei declared he was ready as he pushed his left arm back into place. A surge of agony swept over him, and black and red lightning erupted from his arm and the sacred gear, merging them back into one. Issei grunted in pain, prompting Azazel to shout for him to stop. Desperate to assist, Azazel attempted to pull the gear off Issei's body, but Issei firmly insisted he was fine and that it would be okay. The battle within him raged on, showcasing his unwavering determination. Azazel recoiled, his eyes widening as Issei's cries of pain intensified. Suddenly, the once severed arm began to regenerate, reshaping itself to fit Issei's physique. Muscles bulged, and the limb extended, adorned with a black marking that seemed to come alive. The mark snaked along Issei's hand, emitting ominous black and red lightning as it moved purposefully. It traced a path up his forearm, over his biceps, and branched into 3 distinct sections, one leading to his left pectoral, another to the left side of his neck, and the third spanning his upper back. Azazel stood frozen, horror etched across his face as he watched the transformation unfold amidst Issei's agonized cries. Abruptly, the process halted, and Issei tore off his t-shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of sculpted perfection. However, it was not just Issei's newfound strength that shocked Azazel. The black marking was now fully unveiled, a sinister black dragon. Its tail snaked from Issei's backhand, winding up his forearm before looping around his biceps and shoulder. The dragon's body began to take shape, with the claw forming on his chest and the dragon's head represented on his neck. The mark on his back extended into the dragon's wing, crossing his upper body in a menacing display. Azazel's voice trembled with disbelief as he uttered Issei's name, his shock palpable. Azazel's eyes narrowed in astonishment as he focused on Issei's transformed arm. He sought confirmation about the change, recognizing the significance of the moment. Issei responded, his voice filled with a mix of awe and confusion, calling out to Drake. Drake's voice, steady and commanding, instructed Issei to reveal his sacred gear. Following Drake's guidance, Issei bared his left arm, his eyes widening at the profound transformation of his boosted gear. The once vibrant red had shifted to an ominous black, the central green gem now a striking shade of red, and the yellow accents had turned into dark gray. The gear had physically morphed as well, featuring sharper talon-like fingers, raised knuckle areas, and menacing spikes protruding from the sides. Taken aback by the transformation, Issei implored Azazel for an explanation. Azazel, filled with wonder and uncertainty, began to speak, admitting that he had never seen anything like this in all his years. He contemplated the possibility of a Longinus being involved in such madness and speculated that Drake might have undergone a significant evolution or a strange mutation. Issei, eager for answers, turned to Drake, asking for his perspective on the matter. Drake admitted his own uncertainty, noting that none of the previous wielders of the boosted gear had encountered anything like this before. As Issei contemplated the situation, his thoughts raced. He leaned towards the idea of mutation, suggesting that the colors of his system reflected his essence. He recalled the black and red hues that enveloped him when he vanquished those devils, pondering if the foreign energy within his system had fused with Drake, allowing for this evolution. Drake remarked that heaven must be in a state of panic, especially Michael, who always kept a close watch on the sacred gears. Azazel chuckled, acknowledging the confusion surrounding the separation of Issei and Drake, and mentioned his intention to visit heaven to assess the situation. He noted the seriousness with which heaven treated such matters, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the peace treaty between the factions. Issei granted Azazel permission to reveal the events that had unfolded within him, but insisted that only those in authority, like the archangels, be informed. He declared his willingness to provide a thorough explanation after the rating match, allowing them to inquire about any matters they wished. Azazel agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Issei further instructed him to inform Rias that he had no intention of accompanying her to the underworld, emphasizing that he and Drake had already taken the necessary measures. Confused, Azazel questioned Issei about what he meant. Issei cryptically replied that he would divulge the information the following day before the rating match, but he had prior obligations that required his attention. Drake expressed confidence that once Issei ascended to the heavens, he would delve into the sacred archives to uncover the depths of the power he possessed. Azazel agreed, nodding thoughtfully. As Azazel prepared to leave, Issei had other plans. Utilizing his newfound abilities, he manipulated reflections to pull Azazel back into the dimension, causing him to fall into the pond he had used to enter. This time, Azazel emerged drenched. Clearly annoyed, Azazel swiftly used his magic to dry himself, muttering about Issei's cleverness and how he had deliberately chosen that reflection to provoke him. He vowed to take his revenge when the opportunity arose. Azazel then went to heaven, where Michael was seen with a visibly concerned look. Azazel's voice cut through the tension in the room, drawing Michael's attention. He addressed Michael, who looked alarmed at the mention of the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel raised a reassuring hand, his expression calm yet determined, and promised to explain everything. With care, Azazel guided Michael to a seat, his eyes filled with worry and curiosity. He began to recount the past week's events, detailing the trials and challenges faced by the young dragon. Michael listened intently, his features reflecting a deep sense of responsibility. He expressed his sincere hope that the young dragon remained unharmed, recognizing him as the catalyst behind the harmonious equilibrium achieved among the three factions. Michael felt the weight of their shared burden, lamenting that any misfortune befalling the young dragon would have profound repercussions, leaving all three factions in a state of devastation. Azazel nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He expressed his faith in the young dragon emperor, urging Michael to do the same. His words carried a sense of unwavering belief. After concluding their conversation, Azazel left heaven and returned to the Hyoudou residence, where the Gremory peerage confronted him. Rias inquired with concern about Issei's well-being. With a cryptic smile, Azazel replied that Issei had given him strict orders to keep his lips sealed regarding his whereabouts. Aquino, eager to know more, urged Azazel to reveal where Issei was hiding, especially with the raiding match approaching. Kiba suggested that it would be wise for Issei to spend the night with them to unwind before the match. Kaneko added that they needed to inform him about their new tactics and plans. In a stern tone, Azazel commanded them to listen. He reminded them that Issei had made it clear he desired solitude. Azazel was merely relaying his message, stating that if they wanted to see him, they would need to be patient and wait until the raiding match the following day, where Issei would meet them at the stadium. As the raiding match began, Azazel's voice reverberated across the arena, announcing the start of the event. Both teams had been thoroughly briefed on the rules, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Amidst this tension, Rias remained focused on the match, her mind clouded with concerns about Issei's cooperation. She silently pleaded for him to cooperate, knowing how much the match meant to everyone. The dice rolled and settled on a 3. With unwavering determination, Rias summoned her knight, Kiba, to face off against Serorg Bale's formidable warrior, Baruka. The two combatants were instantly transported to a verdant, grassy field, the battleground for their fierce clash. Meanwhile, Issei observed the teleportation with a mix of confidence and arrogance, smirking at the situation. Rias noticed Issei's smirk, which appeared sinister from her perspective, igniting a spark of worry within her. She questioned why he wore such an expression, anxiously pondering if he was scheming something. Her thoughts raced, casting uncertainty over the battlefield, where the destiny of all involved teetered on the edge. Baruka and his formidable companion initially held the upper hand, overwhelming Kiba with their relentless attacks. However, unbeknownst to them, Kiba had surprises in store. He unleashed his new balance breaker, the awe-inspiring Glory Drag Trooper, summoning a pack of Holy Sword Knights who swiftly outmaneuvered Baruka and his cunning duplicates, ultimately securing victory for Kiba. As Issei observed the battle, he reflected on Kiba's growth, noting that Kiba had paid attention to his instructions and focused on his own development. He was impressed to see that Kiba had even obtained a new balance breaker and was curious to see how the others would compare to his achievements. After being teleported back to his team, Kiba was congratulated for his victory. With a modest smile, he expressed his gratitude to his teammates. Seeking validation from Issei, Kiba glanced toward him, but Issei seemed engrossed in the crowd, indifferent to his friend's accomplishment. This left Kiba disheartened. He had followed Issei's advice and succeeded, only for Issei to appear uninterested in his efforts. Meanwhile, Azazel's voice rang out, announcing the battle's outcome. Team Serorg had lost a member, and Team Gremory was now in the lead. The news echoed through the arena, marking a pivotal moment in the raiding match. The tension hung thick as the dice rolled again, landing on a resounding 10. Rias Gremory commanded her trusted rooks, Kaneko and Rosweiss, to face the formidable rook, Gandoma, and cunning knight, Libin, from Serorg Bale's team. From the very start, the battle was fierce, with both sides delivering powerful blows and strategic maneuvers to gain the upper hand. Kaneko unleashed her deadly senjutsu technique, Nikomata Level 2, attempting to take down Gandoma. However, Libin, equally crafty, deployed his sacred gear, Gravity Jail, immobilizing Kaneko and Rosweiss. At the same time, Gandoma struck hard, pushing them to their limits. Rosweiss, however, proved to be a force to be reckoned with. Her mastery of magic led to a powerful counterattack, inflicting significant damage on the enemy forces. Despite their best efforts, Libin and Gandoma launched a desperate attack on Kaneko, forcing all three of them out of the match. Inside Issei's mind, frustration boiled. He thought about Kaneko's performance, feeling that she had not contributed as much as she could have. Despite the fierce attack from both of Serorg's team members, Rosweiss emerged as the last one standing, leading Team Gremory to victory due to a technicality. Azazel's voice cut through the tension, announcing that Rosweiss was the last one standing and therefore, Team Gremory remained in the lead with a score of 8. Upon examining Kaneko's stats, Issei made a surprising discovery. Her overall power rating was the highest in the peerage, second only to his own. This realization prompted him to ponder the reason behind this anomaly. He questioned why Kaneko's overall power rating was so remarkably high, noting that even Rias, who was arguably the strongest in the peerage aside from himself, did not surpass her. He speculated that perhaps the system only measured their base power level rather than their maximum power level, considering Kaneko was the most formidable piece in her base form. His mind whirred with calculations and analyses, dissecting the mystery with a keen, analytical eye. Kaneko and Rosweiss were transported back to their team, where congratulations and reassurances flowed. Kaneko, however, approached Issei with an apologetic expression, ready to explain her struggles. She expressed her regret about her loss and acknowledged Issei's suggestion to focus on training. Issei's response was blunt, devoid of warmth. He reminded Kaneko that how she spent her time was her responsibility and that it was her choice whether to take action or dwell in self-pity. Kaneko felt the weight of Issei's disappointment mirrored in the eyes of the others. Tears welled in her eyes as she sat back, while the others attempted to offer comfort. Kiba, unable to bear Issei's harsh judgment, confronted him, demanding to know what his problem was. He insisted that Kaneko had done her absolute best and deserved recognition for her efforts. Issei met Kiba's gaze sternly, and after a tense moment, he pointed out that if Kaneko's performance was her best, he questioned what to expect from the rest of the team. Stunned into silence, Kiba and the others were left reeling, their determination ignited as they vowed to win their matches and prove Issei wrong. As the dice rolled again, fate landed on the number 8, and Serorg Bale's fierce bishop, Coriana Andrealphus, stepped up. In a surprising turn of events, she challenged none other than Issei to a one-on-one match, leaving him utterly bewildered. Exiting his team's presence, Issei ambled down the dimly lit corridor, his mind consumed by the memory of his recent assignment, breaking Serorg. His thoughts echoed with confusion, reflecting on how he had acted instinctively when the notification had appeared. He glanced down at his right hand, stained crimson, a sight that filled him with unease. He wondered what was happening to him, staring at the evidence on his hands, his thoughts a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Issei opened a rift in space, stepping into it, and in an instant he vanished from the underworld, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a sense of foreboding. Amid the tension, Azazel strolled in through the doors, his demeanor cheerful and nonchalant. He greeted everyone with a casual inquiry about their morning and any mischief on the agenda. Hearing his voice, Rias shot up from her seat, her hands slamming onto the table, her eyes filled with intensity and tears streaming down her face. She expressed her frustration, questioning Azazel about Issei's well-being after the events of the previous day. Venelana, her motherly instincts kicking in, gently reminded Rias to maintain her composure and manners. Surzex, the calm voice of reason, urged Rias to collect herself and allow Azazel to explain. He acknowledged the distress caused to Issei but pointed out that Rias was aware of the circumstances surrounding his intense training, questioning what could have led to such a profound change in him within a week. Azazel, seemingly unfazed, grinned mischievously and hinted that he was about to reveal important information. He mentioned that Issei had put him under an oath to keep quiet before the rating match, but since Issei had forgotten to mention it afterward, he felt free to share the details. Internally, Azazel recognized the precariousness of his situation, feeling the weight of Rias's intense gaze and Surzex's scrutiny. Impatient for answers, Rias demanded Azazel to explain. Ever the showman, Azazel pulled out a device, capturing everyone's attention and suggesting that it would be better to show them rather than tell. Surzex, intrigued, asked about the device, and Azazel explained that it would allow them to see through his memories. Irina, quick to voice her skepticism, dismissed the idea, while Rosweiss nodded in agreement. Azazel insisted that he could share Issei's memories through his own, revealing everything that had transpired in the past week. Surzex, understanding the situation, agreed to proceed but expressed concern for young Milikas, suggesting he should leave the room to avoid witnessing anything too intense. Though Milikas was curious about his brother Issei, he reluctantly accepted his father's decision and left. With Milikas gone, Surzex prompted Azazel to continue. Azazel placed the device in the center of the table, his thoughts swirling with mischief and concern. He mentioned a thrilling trial involving the esteemed 4 great Satans and the 72 pillars, who were debating whether Issei should be allowed to roam freely, as he had caught their attention as a potential threat to the underworld. Azazel had intervened to ensure Issei did not face a harsh sentence, hoping that Issei would appreciate his efforts. As they activated the device, a brilliant white light enveloped everyone, and they delved into Issei's memories. The first scene revealed Issei's desperation as he faced Rias, who had turned against him, the betrayal evident in his eyes. The members of the ORC watched in shock and horror, feeling the weight of Issei's despair. The memories shifted to the next day when Kiba, Kaneko, and Zenobia confronted Issei, their harsh words leaving deep emotional wounds. Zenovia's reproach struck a chord, and tears welled in their eyes as they sensed Issei's agony of being ostracized by those he once considered friends. Their anguish deepened as they witnessed the intense confrontation, where Issei's sacred gear was forcefully taken from him and he was pinned down. His desperate pleas for help, calling out for Rias, echoed in their minds, haunting them. Unable to bear the torment any longer, Rias, overwhelmed by guilt and heartbreak, rose from her chair, disrupting the device and preventing it from revealing more memories. She cried out in anguish, regretting her inaction during Issei's time of need. Akino's voice trembled with sorrow, expressing their collective remorse, while Asia, tears streaming down her face, apologized sincerely. Kiba clenched his fist, frustration and shame evident on his face as he lamented his lack of vigilance. Surzex, grasping the gravity of the situation, analyzed the implications of Issei's current state and the changes in his demeanor. Azazel urged everyone to continue exploring Issei's story, while Grafia questioned if there was more to uncover. Surzex, determined, addressed Rias, emphasizing the importance of understanding the entirety of the situation to comprehend Issei's struggles fully. Rias, tears flowing freely, stared at the device, haunted by her perceived failures. With a heavy heart, she expressed her determination to confront the depths of Issei's experiences. The room fell into a tense silence as they prepared to delve deeper into Issei's memories, fully aware of their responsibility. Azazel restarted the device, resuming from where they had left off. Issei, feeling trapped and abandoned, began to realize the depth of his solitude. Doubts consumed him, doubts about his friendships and the authenticity of the bonds he had formed, casting shadows on Rias's love as well. In his mind, Issei compared Rias to Rainier, feeling his heart break further. Rias, too, succumbed to tears, her emotions overwhelming her. Amidst their anguish, a notification appeared, bearing the words, "Second chance," and "Yes or no." Confusion gripped them as Issei strained to reach the button, pinned down by the blade. With grim determination, he pushed through his pain to extend his reach, the struggle causing them to wince. Finally, Issei's fingers brushed the button, unleashing a new, dark power. The energy it exuded mirrored the unsettling sensation they had felt the day they left the ORC clubhouse. With this newfound power, Issei effortlessly defeated the 3 devils and opened a pocket dimension, delving into it. Inside, they witnessed a system, tasks, stats, and an upgrade bar. Issei had modified the dimension for time dilation purposes and embarked on intense training. As Issei's memories faded, They were abruptly pulled out of the memory, leaving them speechless. The ORC members stared at Azazel, seeking answers. Grafia voiced their collective astonishment, wondering if time dilation was why Issei looked and acted so differently. Azazel confirmed that it was. Surzex inquired how long Issei had spent in there, and Azazel replied somberly that it had been at least 2 years. Their faces turned toward Azazel, shock etched across their features. Rias, her voice laced with disbelief, asked if he had spent at least 2 years by himself. Azazel elaborated that he had not been entirely alone, as he checked on Issei daily, and after Drake awakened again, Issei spent the last 6 months with him. Surzex, his curiosity piqued, inquired about Drake's transformation, noting the significant change in his color. Azazel, a twinkle of fascination in his eyes, explained that Drake's unfortunate separation from Issei during the Devil's Assault had caused a peculiar state of hibernation for 1 year and 6 months. When Drake finally awoke, Issei displayed remarkable determination by forcefully reuniting their severed bond, triggering an intriguing mutation within Drake that altered his color and appearance. Surzex pondered this mutation, recalling memories of the Juggernaut Drive, noting that such a phenomenon was unprecedented among users of the boosted gear or dividing gear. Azazel speculated that it was likely due to the mysterious system Issei possessed, which had led to significant transformations for both Issei and Drake. Surzex acknowledged the terrifying nature of the Juggernaut Drive, and Azazel's laughter echoed through the room as he shared his amusement at the evaluation he received from heaven. He noted that there seemed to be no discernible correlation, and Issei's appearance in that form was simply frightful. The memory of Issei's new Juggernaut Drive haunted everyone present, a blend of cosmic horror and dark fantasy that sent chills down their spines. Surzex, his brow furrowing in concern, inquired about the evaluation from heaven. Azazel smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief, explaining that once Drake underwent the mutation, Michael, who monitored the sacred gears, noticed the shift and became concerned. Azazel visited him and laid it all out, and naturally, Michael wanted Issei to meet with him after the raiding mash. Surzex questioned if that was where Issei was now, and Azazel nodded, his expression serious, confirming that he had left Issei with Michael, who was still running tests with him in heaven. Upon hearing this revelation, Rias instantly perked up, her eyes wide with concern and curiosity, sensing the gravity of Issei's situation. She declared that she needed to see him, and Aquino interjected, standing resolute, stating that they all did. Zenobia regretfully admitted that they had gravely misjudged the situation and should never have gone down that path. Kaniko's gentle voice murmured that Issei had been enduring more pain than they ever realized, and the gravity of their collective realization lingered in the air, casting a somber shadow over the room. The atmosphere among the ORC members was heavy with dread, each haunted by the image of Issei's pain and despair. The sheer magnitude of his suffering, his solitude, and the betrayal he felt weighed heavily on their hearts. Issei had endured unimaginable torment, standing strong without any support. His resilience was awe-inspiring, yet the cruel reality remained he shouldn't have had to endure it alone. Rias, her determination unwavering, voiced the collective sentiment that they needed to make things right. However, Zeoticus, cautious and concerned, raised a valid point about the possibility that Issei might not want to make things right and could end up hurting them. Rias accepted this with resolve, stating that it was because of her that he almost got killed, and it was only fair for her to suffer as he did. Venelana, alarmed by Rias's determination, interjected that such thoughts were absurd and not the answer. Surzex, the voice of reason, sternly intervened, stating that he would not allow Rias to walk into a potential threat. Kiba, always loyal and steadfast, spoke up, affirming that they would stand beside her. The ORC would talk to Issei together, as this issue involved all of them, and they needed to fix it. In a gesture of concern, Surzex handed Rias a button, a lifeline in case of danger, explaining that if she felt unsafe at any moment, she could press it, and he would teleport to her instantly. Rias, though appreciative, remained resolute, insisting that she wouldn't need it because she knew Issei wouldn't hurt them. The room fell silent as Rosweiss pointed out the truth that Issei might not hurt them physically, but verbally. recalling how he had reacted at the raiding mash. Zenobia pragmatically added that they had verbally assaulted him, and it would only be karma if he did the same to them. Rias gazed down at the button, her thoughts filled with regret, expressing her sorrow and her desire to make it up to Issei, promising that it would be different this time. Surzex addressed Azazel with caution, asking what Issei was like now. Azazel began, his voice carrying a mixture of explanation and regret, stating that after enduring that traumatic experience and spending time in solitude, Issei had undergone quite the transformation. The once goofy and immature kid had evolved into a serious, calm, collected, and calculated individual. Over the course of those 2 years, his body and mind had matured significantly. He now possessed the physical form of a 19-year-old, while his mind had been shaped and warped by the trauma he had faced and the passage of time. The ORC members listened in silence, their hearts heavy with the revelation. They had known that Issei had changed, but now they realized he had transformed to a point where they could no longer recognize him, both in mind and body. Surzex, deep in thought, acknowledged the situation. Azazel, with a hint of humor, advised them not to think that simply showing affection would bring Issei back. In fact, it might only provoke him further. The group was stunned to learn that Issei's former playful nature had vanished, along with any attraction he once felt for others. Aquino, confused, wondered why he would react negatively to such gestures. Azazel explained that Issei despised his former self, viewing it as weak and naive. Each member of the ORC reflected on the Issei they once knew, a goofball with a kind and compassionate side that drew people in. Now, with that side buried in the past, they felt a profound sense of loss. Azazel shared his insights, noting that Issei reminded him of Vale. Both sought power and solitude, but while Vale chose his path willingly, Issei had been forced into his isolation. Grafia, with a somber understanding, added that both dragon emperors shared a similar fate. Despite their different paths, they ultimately led to the same destination. Surzex expressed empathy and frustration, emphasizing that Issei's journey had been cruel and undeserved. Issei had always prioritized others, but fate had dealt him a harsh hand, while Vale seemed to escape unscathed. The weight of their conversation lingered heavily in the hearts of the ORC members. They realized they were no longer dealing with the Issei they once loved, but rather a heartless, power-hungry individual who harbored deep resentment toward them. The transformation was complete, leaving them to confront this harsh reality. Surzex pondered their situation and asked how they planned to communicate with Issei. Rias, determined to mend what was broken, mentioned that she had arranged to meet him at the ORC clubhouse that evening. However, Surzex raised another concern regarding an issue with a sword Issei had used during his encounter with Serorg and Regulus in the raiding match. He had inadvertently left it behind in the dimensional realm, and when the dimension closed, the sword became embedded within the stadium. Anyone who attempted to touch it felt an overwhelming sense of dread, rendering them unable to move it. Surzex had to use his power to retrieve it and transport it back to the armory, but its influence had begun to affect the other weapons there. He hoped that Issei would soon return to reclaim his blade. Rias, casual yet attentive, noted that she would mention this to him when they met in the evening. With that matter settled, they finished their breakfast and went about their day, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation as the reckoning loomed closer, settling over them like a heavy cloud. The following day dawned at the Gremory estate, and the atmosphere was heavy with the aftermath of the previous night. The members of the ORC and Team Gremory had spent a sleepless night haunted by the distressing actions of Issei during the raiding match. At the center of the chaos, Rias felt the weight of it all, her cousin's suffering at the hands of the man she loved etched deeply into her soul. Around the dining table, a solemn gathering took place, including Rias's parents, Surzex, Grafia, and their young son. An oppressive silence hung over them. Nothing had been exchanged beyond polite greetings since they had all taken their seats. The previous day's events had scarred them all, casting a shadow over the usually lively atmosphere of the Gremory estate. Even young Milikas, who had once regarded Issei as an older brother figure, now bore a heavy sadness in his eyes, mourning the loss of the friend he once knew. To alleviate the tension, Surzex spoke up, his voice laced with forced cheerfulness, inquiring about everyone's night. Though his response was a lie, Kiba mustered a feeble smile, stating that it was fine, not wanting to add to the already awkward atmosphere. In the midst of the heavy silence, Rias absent-mindedly swirled her spoon through the untouched porridge. Her thoughts were a tempest of self-reflection, each choice of the past week replaying in her mind like a relentless storm. She bitterly acknowledged her role in Issei's suffering, believing that had she made different decisions, he wouldn't be in this state, and they would still be together. Akino, noticing Rias's inner turmoil, gently grasped her hand, offering silent comfort. In response, Rias managed a small, grateful smile, appreciating the gesture of understanding and support. The minutes stretched on as they mechanically ate their food, lacking any real appetite but compelled to maintain the facade of normalcy for the sake of everyone else around the table. Each bite was heavy with the unspoken burden they shared, a reminder of the shattered relationships and the painful reality they now faced. In Heaven's ethereal realm, Issei engaged in a profound conversation with Michael, the angelic being of great wisdom. Ever since the conclusion of the rating match, Issei had been in heaven, his newfound powers a subject of intense scrutiny for both himself and Michael. While Azazel had grasped the essence of Issei's new game system, the enigma of his power remained, prompting Michael to delve deeper into the mysteries of the boosted gear. Michael asserted that, although the specifics eluded them, one thing was clear: Draig was now inherently connected to Issei. Confusion crossed Issei's features as he processed this revelation. Michael explained that the markings on Issei indicated a bond that surpassed the typical relationship between a sacred gear and its host. Draig, the ancient dragon spirit bound to the boosted gear, acknowledged that this connection felt deeper than before. Michael continued, revealing that Issei had assumed the mantle of the final wielder of the boosted gear, a connection that bore significant implications. If Issei were to meet his demise, Draig might share the same fate, or it could signify Issei's reincarnation within the next wielder of the boosted gear. The preservation of his memories, however, remained a mystery. Listening to Michael's words, Issei contemplated the profound implications and sought Draig's perspective. Draig's response was laced with a touch of grudging acceptance, indicating that while he had preferred a different outcome in the past, he could tolerate Issei's presence now. Suddenly, Issei remembered a pressing matter. He needed to give Michael something. Curious, Michael inquired about it, and Issei conjured a portal to his dimension, pulling out 3 swords, the same ones that had nearly claimed his life during an earlier assault. Michael examined the swords closely, noting that while they bore the mark of dragon slayers, their once potent might seemed to have waned. An anomaly presented itself, prompting Issei to ask for clarification. Michael explained that, according to his knowledge, Ascalon was the only known dragon-slaying sword, yet these 3 swords defied that understanding. Issei recalled the Holy Sword Project, an endeavor aimed at forging individuals capable of wielding Excalibur, suggesting that it was only a matter of time before they delved into crafting slaying swords. Michael then revealed the composition of the blades, stating that they were made from Samel, the being who had tricked Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. After his capture, Samel faced the wrath of God, banished from heaven and burdened with divine curses. Among these afflictions was the ability to conjure a venom potent enough to annihilate dragons, decimating their corporeal forms and desecrating their very souls. Issei absorbed this information, intrigued by its implications. Michael continued, explaining that those who wielded dragon-type sacred gears found themselves susceptible to this insidious poison. Issei mused about the potential effects on beings like Great Red and Ophis, the mighty dragon gods, while Michael humorously noted that even snakes would be affected. The conversation, laden with weighty information, ended on a lighter note, showcasing the camaraderie between Issei and Michael as they shared a moment of banter. Issei diligently continued the testing, his focus unwavering, while Michael examined the blades more closely. After a thorough analysis, Michael approached Issei with a serious expression. He noted that Issei had been stabbed by these swords. Issei acknowledged this and asked what the problem was. Michael explained that he had discovered unmistakable traces of Samel's venomous influence on the weapons. Although the swords had lost much of their power, their effectiveness had not completely vanished. He found it perplexing that Issei had managed to retain some mobility after being pierced multiple times, as such an encounter should have led to his swift demise. Issei reflected on his luck in surviving the ordeal. Michael, however, suggested that it seemed to be more than mere fortune. Seeking insight, Issei turned to Drake, who agreed with Michael's assessment that an external factor must have intervened to neutralize the poison. Drake speculated that the system itself might have played a role in Issei's survival. Issei pointed out that the system only began to be useful once he acknowledged its worth, and he had persevered despite the impact of the swords. Michael expressed concern about Samuel, who was meant to be sealed away in the underworld, and pondered how the swords had come to possess his essence and who could have forged them. Issei shared his thoughts about the possibility of others wielding similar weapons, realizing that whoever created these swords likely made more. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Issei resumed testing, reflecting on his 2 years of rigorous training. He struggled to reclaim the formidable strength he had once awakened to protect himself and defeat the devils. He questioned the nature of that power and why he was so determined to pursue it. The allure of its potency and the intoxicating sensation it brought him filled his thoughts, leaving him with an insatiable craving for even greater power. As the testing session stretched into the evening, Drake reminded Issei of a promise he had made to the Gremory girl to engage in conversation with her once she embraced his proposed strategies. Issei sighed, recalling his commitment. Drake urged him to have that conversation if he truly aspired to be a man of his word. Issei grumbled in annoyance, and Drake pressed him about showing his dragon mark. Issei firmly declined, stating he did not feel it was necessary to explain it to others, given the complexity of his transformation. Drake accepted Issei's reasoning, and Issei affirmed that only a select few individuals, such as Azazel and Michael, should be privy to that information. As Michael approached, he expressed his gratitude for the time they had spent together. Issei acknowledged this and was curious about what Michael meant by a trial. Michael explained that the 4 great Satans and the 72 pillars had convened for a trial to discuss matters concerning Issei's existence, as they viewed him as a potential threat to the underworld. Issei was genuinely surprised by this revelation. Michael reassured him that heaven would offer unwavering support during the trial, with Azazel and the Gregories standing beside him. Issei contemplated the upcoming confrontation, realizing it could be a challenging situation. He thanked Michael sincerely for the information and expressed his appreciation once more. Michael stated he would inform Azazel of their discoveries regarding the testing and the cursed swords. As Issei prepared to leave, he bid farewell to Michael, who wished him well on his path. Issei winced at the mention of the attack. Rhea stepped forward, her voice heavy with regret, expressing her sorrow for the horrifying experience he had endured because of their actions. Zenobia added her remorse, acknowledging how they had dismissed his pain from Rainier and unfairly placed blame on him. Kaneko admitted their failure as friends, while Kiba expressed his regret for not being able to help him despite Issei's support during their struggles. Asia implored him to allow them to assist him, her sincerity shining through. Rias, desperate, promised that they would do anything to make things right. Issei stood in silence, absorbing their words. His response stunned them all, as he questioned what exactly they believed he needed help with. Rias protested, concerned about his behavior, insisting that it was not normal. Issei's voice turned cold as he challenged her definition of normal, making it clear that he would never revert to the weak version of himself he once was. Aquino pleaded with him, reminding him of his kindness and compassion, but Issei bitterly retorted that those qualities had led him to a near-death experience on their doorstep. Asia cried out, trying to convey their genuine desire to help, but Issei accused them of seeking to further their own interests rather than truly caring for him. Kiba demanded to know the intention behind Issei's words, while Issei pointed out that they only wanted the version of him that had validated their egos and trusted them blindly. Rias, desperate, protested that it was not true, but Issei pressed her, asking if she could truly love him as he was now. He challenged her to confront her fears, just as others had done. Zenobia attempted to interrupt, but Issei cut her off sharply, accusing her of hypocrisy. Gasper, timid and fearful, pleaded for Issei to stop hurting Zenobia, but Issei continued his silent intimidation, causing Gasper to tremble and cry. Rias intervened firmly, demanding that Issei cease his threatening behavior. Though his defiance simmered, he acknowledged her warning about the upcoming trial that would determine his freedom. He casually mentioned making a statement during the rating match, which Akino sharply rebuked, reminding him of the severity of his actions. Kaneko added her accusation regarding Coriana, while Kiba expressed his frustration and disappointment. Irina desperately pleaded for him to take the situation seriously, warning him of the consequences he faced. Issei arrogantly questioned what he had done wrong, insisting that he had merely played the game as intended. Kiba retorted that he had gone too far, while Kaneko pointed out that people were not comparable to eggs. Rias, filled with worry, cautioned him that if he continued this way during the trial, he would face dire consequences. Akino, her voice softening with concern, urged him to let them help him, promising their unwavering support. Kaneko assured him that they would work through everything together. Rias, her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded with him to reconsider. Issei coldly stated that he did not need their help, having managed on his own for 2 years and forged his identity apart from the group. His words left everyone speechless, and Rias, her voice cracking with emotion, questioned whether he truly planned to leave them. Issei's callous response only deepened her despair, as she declared that he belonged to her, an indispensable member of her peerage. Issei's sarcasm cut through the tension, leaving Rias gasping in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. Akino, choked with tears, cried out that Rias loved him and was trying to keep him close. Issei retorted sarcastically, questioning their sincerity. Rias, with a quiver in her voice, confessed her undeniable feelings for him, begging him to assure her that his love remained strong. Issei's response was bitter, questioning where her feelings had been when he had cared. Rias gasped, her heart shattering as his words left her feeling utterly defenseless. She crumpled to the ground, broken-hearted, as her companions rushed to her side. Issei stood unmoved, refusing to respond to their pleas. Kiba, frustrated, questioned his motives, while Issei turned to leave. Rias's desperate voice called out to him, pleading for him not to go, expressing that he meant everything to her and that the thought of being apart was unbearable. Desperation filled the air as the characters faced their greatest challenges yet. Each moment weighed heavily on their hearts, pushing them to their limits. They could feel the tension rising, a palpable force that threatened to consume them. The stakes had never been higher, and the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. As they navigated through the chaos, their determination shone brightly. They fought not just for themselves but for those they cared about, their resolve unwavering in the face of adversity. Every obstacle they encountered only fueled their desire to succeed, igniting a fire within them that refused to be extinguished. With each step forward, they encountered shadows of their past, memories that haunted them but also reminded them of their strength. The journey was arduous, filled with moments of doubt and fear, yet they pressed on, united by a common goal. The bond they shared grew stronger, a testament to their unwavering spirit. In the midst of the turmoil, they discovered new allies, each bringing their unique strengths to the group. Together, they strategized and fought against the encroaching darkness, their teamwork a beacon of hope. The battles they faced were fierce, but they approached each confrontation with courage, ready to defend what mattered most. As they drew closer to their ultimate confrontation, the weight of their mission settled heavily on their shoulders. They understood that the outcome would shape not only their futures but the fate of those they loved. With hearts full of determination, they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that together, they could overcome anything. Issei hesitated momentarily, his heart racing as he stood at the edge of the battlefield. The air was thick with tension, and he could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He glanced around at his comrades, each one ready to face the impending challenge. They were all counting on him, and the thought ignited a fire within him. With a deep breath, Issei steeled himself, recalling the training and sacrifices that had brought them to this moment. He could see the determination in their eyes, a reflection of his own resolve. They were not just fighting for themselves, They were fighting for each other, for their dreams, and for a brighter future. As the enemy approached, Issei felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He focused on his goal, channeling his strength and the power of his allies. The clash of forces erupted around them, a whirlwind of movement and strategy. Issei moved with agility, dodging attacks and countering with precision, his instincts guiding him through the chaos. The battle raged on, each moment filled with the thrill of combat and the stakes of their mission. Issei's determination only grew stronger as he fought alongside his friends, their bonds unbreakable even in the face of adversity. Together, they pushed forward, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, united by their shared purpose and unwavering spirit. Ria stood on the ground, her determination evident as she prepared for the challenges ahead. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and she could feel the weight of her responsibilities pressing down on her. With a deep breath, she focused her thoughts, ready to face whatever obstacles lay in her path. The world around her seemed to fade, leaving only her resolve and the mission that awaited her. With a determined resolve, Issei opened a rift and stepped through, leaving heaven behind, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. After returning to his dimension, Issei hurriedly changed into fresh clothes he had purchased after leaving the raiding mash. The sweaty attire he had worn during the testing with Michael was quickly discarded, replaced by something more presentable for his meeting with Rias. He stepped into the shower, washing away the exertion from his body. Cleansed and revitalized, he dressed in carefully chosen attire, mindful of concealing the distinctive dragon mark on his body. He opted for a white compression shirt with a high neckline, effectively covering the mark on his neck. Over it he wore a black leather jacket with a single glove on his left hand, cleverly concealing the mark there. Completing his look, he wore black combat pants and a pair of sleek black sneakers. Satisfied with his appearance, Issei glanced at himself in the mirror and affirmed that he was ready. However, Drake, his partner and voice of reason, interrupted his confident moment, reminding him not to make any more references to diffuse the situation like he did at the raiding match. Issei hesitated for a moment, then conceded, acknowledging Drake's concern before heading out to face whatever awaited him with Rias. The atmosphere inside the ORC clubhouse was thick with tension, the stormy weather outside reflecting the turmoil within. Rias, the leader, contemplated her words carefully, aware of the gravity of the situation. She thought about the need to remain resolute and cautious with her words, her eyes flickering towards her equally anxious companions. Lightning cracked nearby, illuminating the room in a sudden burst of light. At that moment, Issei materialized before them, startling everyone. Issei stood before them, his expression stern and unyielding, meeting their gazes head-on. Rias demanded to know why he had barged in like that. Issei explained that he had just emerged from another dimension. Asia, surprised, inquired if he was talking about the one he trained in for 2 years. Issei's thoughts raced, realizing their knowledge of the time-dilated dimension. He questioned if Azazel had informed them about this. Aquino responded that he didn't just inform them, he took pleasure in revealing it personally. Issei's curiosity was piqued when he learned that Azazel had shown them a device that revealed his memories, which he had willingly shared. Irina interjected, expressing sympathy as she mentioned they knew about the devil attack. Then, without a word, Issei opened a rift and walked into it, leaving the ORC and the clubhouse. Rias cried out in agony as they helplessly watched Issei disappear before their eyes, leaving behind a trail of heartbreak and despair. The next day, the members of ORC found themselves back in the underworld, heading towards the grand courthouse. As they made their way through the bustling streets, they couldn't ignore the shocked and fearful looks directed their way, primarily because of Issei. The weight of their recent conversation with him pressed heavily upon them, leaving Rias significantly burdened. She had spent the night before in tears. Upon entering the courthouse, they were greeted by Surzex, Grafia, and Azazel. Surzex inquired about how it went, his gaze settling on Rias, who could not meet his eyes, her sorrow palpable. Kiba, the only one to respond, shook his head disapprovingly, indicating that their conversation with Issei hadn't unfolded as they had hoped. Surzex murmured in understanding of the gravity of the situation. Aquino stepped forward, her voice steady, and reminded Azazel that he had mentioned there were more memories to be seen. Azazel nodded solemnly, explaining that they were his own memories of what he saw of Issei. When Akino pressed further about why he hadn't shown them that as well, Azazel sighed, his gaze softening with empathy. He explained that it was just Issei's training and that witnessing his change would have only made them feel worse about themselves. Akino and the others comprehended Azazel's motives for withholding his part. However, Azazel added that they could see those memories another time. Surzex interjected, intrigued, suggesting that this would involve Issei's training and that perhaps he could better understand how Issei acted and looked different. Grayfia contemplated that the peculiar game system he possessed reminded her a lot of the video games Millicass played. The conversation concluded as they took their seats in the courthouse, a unique blend of a theater and a courtroom. In the center stood the defendant, while the 4 Devil Kings presided from the top level. Around them, the 72 pillar leaders occupied their seats, though only 8 were present that day. As the arches rose to the halfway point, the crowd settled in. Clan members, the general public, and representatives from various factions filled the seats, their murmured conversations blending into a low hum before the proceedings began. Akino's gaze fixed on the courtroom, her concern palpable as she wondered what would unfold. Ria sighed, uncertainty clouding her thoughts as she hoped for the best. Before she could finish her thought, the judge's voice resonated through the room, commanding attention. He thanked everyone for being present to discuss Issei Hyoudou and whether he should be allowed to roam free after his actions in the raiding match between Team Gremory and Team Serorg. Rias's mind raced with worry for Issei. The judge continued, his tone formal and stern, calling for the defendant to be brought in. The heavy doors at the bottom of the room swung open, and Issei walked down to the center. As he moved, he felt the weight of the crowd's murmurs and the expressions of fear and disdain directed at him. Issei muttered to himself, sarcasm lacing his words as he noted the crowd's reaction. Draig's voice echoed in his mind, urgent and serious, reminding him of the gravity of the situation. Issei brushed off Draig's concern, making a light-hearted reference that only frustrated his companion further. The judge's voice boomed again, cutting through the tension as he addressed Issei directly, asking if he had anything to say for himself. Issei responded defiantly, questioning the nature of the accusations against him. The accusations from Lord Agars and Lord Citri came swiftly, condemning his actions in the raiding game and labeling him a monster. Lord Bale's anger was palpable as he declared that Issei would pay dearly for what he had done to his son. Issei countered with sharp words, challenging Lord Bale's sincerity regarding his son and exposing the true nature of the Lord's ambitions. The courtroom fell silent, stunned by Issei's audacity. Lord Bale, seething with rage, threatened Issei with execution, but the judge intervened, demanding respect in the courtroom. Issei, undeterred, corrected the judge's title for him, asserting his identity with pride. To everyone's shock, Archangel Michael stood up, declaring his intention to represent Issei. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the sight of an angel defending a devil, especially one accused of violence. Issei couldn't help but find humor in the unexpected turn of events. Michael acknowledged that Issei's actions were indeed out of line but argued that he was not entirely to blame. He elaborated on the intricate workings of the game system that had influenced Issei's behavior, presenting evidence that showcased how the system had manipulated him both physically and in terms of personality. Michael's authoritative declaration left the room in stunned silence, as the implications of such power became clear. Ajuka expressed disbelief at the existence of such control, while Serafal and Surzex voiced their surprise at the system's potency. Falbium pondered the implications, realizing that if the system was as powerful as described, Issei possessed limitless potential. Lord Bale's fear quickly transformed into rage as he insisted that Issei should be locked away, threatening to teach him a lesson. Issei, remaining cool and collected, acknowledged Lord Bale's motives, pointing out the true nature of his obsession with revenge against him. The tension escalated as Lord Bale, infuriated by Issei's words, leapt from his seat, poised to attack. However, just as Lord Bale lunged, he was abruptly restrained, frozen in midair with a bewildered expression on his face, leaving the courtroom in shock at the sudden turn of events. All eyes turned toward Lord Bale as his shadow seemed to come alive, wrapping around him and binding him in place. He accused Issei, realization dawning too late. Issei chuckled softly, revealing his control over Lord Bale's shadow, having turned the tables and used Lord Bale's own darkness against him. The room fell into stunned silence, gripped by the terror of witnessing the incredible power Issei wielded. How had he gained such a formidable ability? The question hung in the air, unanswered and unsettling. Issei's voice, laced with authority, cut through the tension as he addressed the assembly, stating that they should refer to him as the Black Dragon Emperor if they possessed any intelligence. Surzek's, eyes widening with surprise, remarked that Issei must have gained this power from the system. Rias, filled with concern, wondered how far Issei would go. Lord Bale, unable to tolerate the spectacle, roared for Issei to stop. Issei tightened his grip, forcing Lord Bale to his knees, who let out a pained cry. Issei declared that he had turned both father and son into nothing more than his dogs, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps filled the room as his audacious statement reverberated. Surzek, his tone edged with urgency, pleaded for Issei to stop. Issei met Surzek's gaze with unyielding determination, and Surzek implored him to release Lord Bale. With a stern look, Issei relinquished his control over Lord Bale's shadow. The fallen devil, seething with anger, threatened that Issei would pay for this. Issei retorted that perhaps Lord Bale should reserve his efforts for his PR minions, reminding him of the embarrassment he had suffered in front of the onlookers. Lord Bale looked around, his face flushing with shame as he realized the extent of his humiliation. Defeated, he returned to his seat, trying to salvage his dignity. The trial continued, culminating in Issei's excommunication from the Devil Society. The news shattered Rias, knowing her parents would never allow her to marry him. Aquino, ever wise, tried to console her, assuring Rias that she could still marry Issei, she would just have to leave the Gremory clan. Young Milikas was the heir after her, and it wasn't the end of the world. Despite his excommunication, Rias refused to relinquish Issei's ownership, making him a stray devil by definition. However, he remained in the Gremory peerage but was barred from the Gremory clan. Team Gremory couldn't participate in any raiding matches until Issei proved he wouldn't cross the line as he had in the last match. His relationship with the underworld and the higher-ups hung in the balance. Amidst the chaos, Michael and Azazel recognized Issei's potential and took responsibility for him, seeing him as a solution to various problems across the factions. The trial concluded, and the courtroom emptied, leaving a trail of uncertainty and a future yet to unfold. As Issei navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the courthouse, he spotted the members of ORC gathered, with Riser Phoenix standing conspicuously in front of them. Intriguing thoughts swirled within Issei's mind. He hadn't seen Riser since their fight, and he wondered why Riser was talking to Rias. Could it be about his excommunication from the Gremory clan? Did Riser want to marry Rias again for his own desires? A sharp, unfamiliar sensation gripped his chest, and his hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he questioned why he felt this strange emotion. Determined to confront the situation, Issei approached Riser, positioning himself behind the oblivious man. With a scoff of chilling arrogance, he addressed Riser, who felt a shiver crawl down his spine as he turned around, finding himself dwarfed by Issei's towering presence. Issei's silver eyes bore into him like a predator locking onto its prey. Fear had been induced, and Riser's stats had decreased significantly. Riser began to speak, his voice laced with fear, but Issei interrupted him, commanding him to leave immediately. Issei's tone was composed yet icy, severing the essence of Riser's confidence. Riser attempted to flee, but Issei swiftly caught him by the shoulder, delivering a threatening ultimatum that he would regret underestimating Issei's abilities. Realizing the gravity of Issei's intentions, Riser nodded submissively and hurriedly retreated. The members of ORC observed the scene in confusion, baffled by Issei's contradictory actions. Before Rias could voice her question, Surzek called out to Issei, drawing his attention. Surzek approached with Graphia and spoke with authority, asking if they could talk alone. Issei regarded them calmly, glancing back at the ORC before agreeing. Surzex instructed him to follow, leading Issei away. As he left, Issei cast a fleeting glance back at the ORC, a moment noticed by Rias. Understanding the situation, Rias mused to herself that Issei did care, albeit in his own peculiar manner, and a gentle smile graced her lips, offering a comforting sense of reassurance. Issei followed Surzex and Grafia into a room, where they conversed privately. After about 10 minutes, Issei emerged from the room to find Azazel waiting for him outside. Azazel smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief, and teased Issei about his conversation with King Satan. Issei shrugged off the taunts, stating that it was just a bunch of promises without significant weight. Amused, Azazel raised an eyebrow and inquired how it felt to be excommunicated, suggesting it must be quite the emotional roller coaster. Issei responded with surprising calmness, expressing that it felt like standing at the beginning of a clean slate, experiencing a newfound sense of freedom. Noticing the absence of the ORC members, Issei asked where everyone else was. Azazel chuckled, explaining that they had likely skipped school to witness Issei's trial and would have a heavy homework load to tackle the next day. Issei smirked at the mention of school, prompting Azazel to mock him about finally remembering Kuo Academy, the place he had been conveniently skipping for an entire week. Issei acknowledged his absence with wry humor, admitting he was playing hooky. Azazel's grin widened as he asked if Issei planned to make a grand return. Issei shook his head, indicating that it wasn't time yet. Curious, Azazel pressed on for the reason. Issei displayed a notification for Azazel to see, his expression serious. Open world unlocked. Azazel's laughter echoed as he questioned Issei about his newfound responsibility. Issei nodded, a sense of purpose lighting up his eyes as he explained that he would now be handling tasks from all corners of the world. Azazel's eyes widened in disbelief, finding the situation amusing. Issei shrugged, trying to convey the gravity of his duties, and mentioned that he had recently rescued trafficked children from a notorious cult group in Romania. Amused, Azazel chuckled at the irony of the system, thinking Issei should play the hero. Issei acknowledged the irony, and Azazel, curious, asked how long this endeavor would take. Issei replied confidently that he had strategically planned to resume his studies by the following Monday. Azazel teased him about skipping another week, his laughter filling the room. Unamused, Issei retorted dismissively. Concerned about his responsibilities, Azazel asked what he should tell the ORC and the others. Issei sighed, his tone serious, explaining that he was swamped with important matters and had already informed Surzex and Grafia, who would handle things on their end. Azazel rolled his eyes playfully, expressing annoyance yet intrigue at Issei's penchant for keeping secrets. Issei understood Azazel's perspective and acknowledged that their paths would diverge, at least temporarily. Azazel grinned playfully, bidding farewell. With a smile that reflected determination and resolve, Issei opened a rift and stepped through, leaving the underworld behind, ready to face the challenges ahead. Having soared beyond Earth's atmosphere, Issei gazed down at the planet with wide eyes filled with wonder and determination. He remarked to Drake that this marked a fresh chapter for them. Drake's voice resonated with exhilaration as he agreed, stating they would revel in the thrill of venturing into uncharted territories. Issei's gaze remained fixed on Earth, his resolve unwavering as he declared that the world was now under their protection. Drake echoed the sentiment, emphasizing that their mission transcended the boundaries of Kuo, Kyoto, or even the underworld itself. Issei's determination flared brighter as he proclaimed that they would take control of their own destinies. Together, they stared down at Earth, their spirits alight with a newfound sense of liberty. No longer bound by the constraints of others, they embraced the freedom to carve their own path, eagerly anticipating the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. The school gates of Kuo Academy swung open, welcoming students on an ordinary Monday morning. For most, it was just another start to the week, but for a vocal minority, it felt like a heavy burden. Within the Occult Research Club, the recent departure of their member Issei Hyoudou, disguised as a family trip to Hawaii to curious outsiders, cast a shadow over their days. The members of the ORC found themselves tormented by guilt and regret for their actions that had pushed Issei away. The weight of their choices bore down on them, reminding them of how they had failed to consider his feelings. As the members of the ORC arrived at school from the Hyoudou residence, Asia's demeanor returned to normal. Last week, she had waited at the front gates, hoping to catch a glimpse of Issei. She intended to offer a heartfelt apology, hoping to mend the rift she had unwittingly caused. However, deep inside, she believed that no matter how much she apologized, a part of her could never forgive herself. Every day, she waited for Issei's return, watching her fellow students pass her by, oblivious to her despair. She clung to hope, arriving late to class day after day, and the routine of waiting became her daily ritual. Today was no different. Asia stood by the gate, her eyes filled with determination and faith as the other members of the ORC passed by. Kiba, laced with melancholy, remarked that it seemed Issei wouldn't be coming today either. Undaunted, Asia replied with unwavering fervor that she must cling to her beliefs, placing trust in Issei. She was convinced that, someday, he would return to them, believing it with every fiber of her being. Zenobia supported her, stating that he remained enrolled in the academy. Aquino noted that Azazel was being quite evasive regarding his absence. Kaneko remarked that he always seemed wrapped in uncertainty. Aquino, however, remained focused on the larger picture, musing that those two were always up to something, especially lately, and wondered what mischievous schemes they were concocting now. Rias, the quietest among them, listened to their conversation, seeking solace in their shared concern. Of everyone, she felt Issei's absence most keenly. For the past 2 weeks, she had slept in a bed devoid of his presence, their interactions marred by one-sided hostility. Feeling the need for unity, the ORC decided to spend time in the clubhouse. Asia, who wanted to continue waiting, was gently persuaded by Kaneko to join them. Kaneko, protective of her friend, didn't want others to misunderstand Asia's steadfast vigil at the gates, even though her heart ached just as much as theirs did for Issei's return. As time passed, a particular individual strolled through the front gates, drawing immediate attention from the students. The newcomer wore the standard boys' school uniform with a unique touch, a turtleneck compression shirt underneath and a single glove adorning his left hand. His earphones dangled from his ears, the wire disappearing under his shirt and into his pocket, connected to an unseen device. Unbeknownst to the ordinary students, this so-called new kid was none other than Issei. His recent transformation remained hidden from those lacking supernatural awareness. It had been a week since his underworld trial and excommunication, during which he dutifully carried out tasks assigned by the mysterious system guiding him. Issei's mind buzzed with thoughts, reflecting on how long it had been since he set foot in this place. Dreyeg playfully reminded him that it had only been 2 weeks, mere moments in the grand tapestry of time. Issei retorted, clarifying that he meant something different. Attempting to deflect attention, Issei hummed lyrics from the song he was currently listening to, muffling the sounds of the bustling school around him. Suddenly, 2 girls approached Issei, prompting him to remove his earphones to hear them. He inwardly cringed, recalling his previous tendencies. One girl introduced herself as Murayama, her cheeks flushed, while the other, Kates, joined in with wide eyes of curiosity. Despite his new appearance, Issei felt the familiar sting of embarrassment when faced with introductions. He politely responded, expressing pleasure in meeting them, before swiftly putting his earphones back on and striding away, leaving the girls momentarily surprised by his rejection. He muttered to himself that at least they didn't confront him aggressively, feeling relieved. As the bell signaled the impending class, Issei made his way to his designated classroom, fully aware that his challenges were far from over. Upon entering, he was met with a sea of puzzled yet amused faces from the teacher and his fellow students. The teacher, wearing a bemused expression, remarked that he didn't know they were getting a new student. Issei attempted to clarify himself, but the teacher promptly cut him off, scrutinizing his laptop screen intently. Confusion etched on his face. The teacher noted that nothing mentioned a new student in the teacher's portal. Inwardly, Issei steeled himself, realizing it was now or never. He announced his identity, bracing for the storm about to hit. A collective gasp filled the room as disbelief erupted. Some stood up from their desks in sheer shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Questions flew around the room, expressing disbelief at his transformation. Issei winced as the words came at him, rubbing his face in agony. His mind raced as he contemplated his situation. He had no desire to be there either, but perhaps he could leverage his abilities to assist himself. It wasn't as if the entire student council wasn't already doing what he was about to do. Summoning his resolve, Issei raised his finger, conjuring a psychic ball in his hand. The class watched in astonishment and amusement as the energy merged, forming a shimmering sphere. In an instant, the ball exploded, its energy rippling across the entire school, leaving the students in awe and confusion, completely unaware of the extraordinary adventures that lay ahead. A mysterious force swept through, mentally restraining everyone it touched with a chilling directive, to forget the old Issei Hyoudou in favor of this new one. Instantly, minds were manipulated, leaving them oblivious to the past. However, supernatural entities like those in the ORC, Student Council, and a few teachers were immune to the strange influence. They sensed an unsettling sensation of memorial displacement but remained clueless about its source, keeping them on edge. Amid the confusion, Issei found an unexpected ease in the situation. He quietly sat at the back of the class, embracing the anonymity the mental manipulation provided. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he settled in for the lesson, feeling an odd relief in the face of newfound simplicity. Unnoticed by most, Issei discreetly texted Azazel on his new phone, his fingers dancing over the keys. He explained that he needed the memory alteration since people had started asking too many questions. He requested that Azazel not share his new number and to cover for him, as he didn't want to see anyone right now. He hoped Azazel could smooth things over with the ORC and Student Council, as he couldn't bear the idea of his first day back being marred by unnecessary complications. Azazel's response, filled with emojis, left Issei bemused and slightly exasperated. He muttered to himself about Azazel being one of those who used emojis too much. Drake, ever the observant partner, chimed in, reminding Issei that he had once shared a similar disposition. Issei huffed, slightly annoyed, and defended his newfound maturity. The lessons progressed, and surprisingly, he comprehended the material effortlessly. Thanks to his heightened intelligence from accumulated stat points, even topics that used to baffle him became clear. Class after class passed, and Issei moved through the day, strategically avoiding the gaze of supernatural beings. His approach, now more casual due to the memorial displacement, allowed him to blend in seamlessly. During a lull in one of the lessons, Issei absent-mindedly twirled his hair with his fingers, reflecting on the practicality of his recent haircut. He was glad he had gotten it before coming to school, as it was much more manageable now. He found solace in the small comforts of his altered appearance. Finally, the last class of the morning PRD ended, and Issei welcomed the interval, relieved to have a break from the complexities of the day. His stomach rumbled with hunger as he thought about the Subway sandwich he had managed to snag on his way to school. He preferred not to draw unnecessary attention, so he devised a plan to head to the school's most typical, protagonist-esque spot, the rooftops. Cautiously, he made his way up the stairs, wary of the people he sought to evade. Meanwhile, Drake scoffed internally, dripping with sarcasm about Issei's current predicament. Ignoring Drake's remark, Issei pressed on, reaching the rooftop's pinnacle. He settled into a corner, indulging in his meal, his thoughts drifting momentarily to a past encounter. Drake interjected, bemused by Issei's musings. Issei dismissed the thought, realizing Drake had used some colorful language. Drake defended himself, claiming that Issei's behavior had influenced him, which Issei found amusing. They exchanged light banter about Issei's current state of mind and his reluctance to confront his problems. As Issei finished his food, he put on his earphones and immersed himself in his phone, biding his time until the bell rang. Finally, the bell echoed through the school, signaling students to head to their designated classes. Issei got up, dusted off the crumbs from his sandwich, and made his way to class, a mix of determination and uncertainty in his eyes. In the bustling classroom, Issei could feel Kiba's intense gaze fixated on him. Refusing to engage, he purposefully avoided eye contact and moved to the far side of the room. As he unpacked his books, he noticed Kiba on his phone, rapidly typing away. Using heightened senses, Issei discerned that Kiba was texting Rias about his presence. Determined not to be outed, Issei channeled his energy manipulation abilities and swiftly drained the battery of Kiba's phone. Within moments, Kiba's device died midway through the text. Confusion and frustration etched Kiba's face as he glanced toward Issei, who seemed indifferent. Unbeknownst to Kiba, Issei conjured a 3D energy model of a battery, displaying it nonchalantly while pretending not to notice Kiba's irritation. A smirk played on Issei's lips as he relished Kiba's misfortune. Despite Kiba's occasional glances, Issei remained focused on the lesson and his books, unfazed by the brewing storm. When the class concluded, Kiba hurriedly left, the urgency in his actions not lost on Issei. Anticipating the inevitable revelation, Issei resignedly thought that it had been fun while it lasted. Nonchalant about his impending fate, Issei moved to his next class. During the initial quarter of the lesson, a crackling announcement echoed through the school's speaker system. A gentle, elderly voice resonated, requesting Issei Hyoudou to come to the old school building. Issei's mind raced defiantly, relieved that they hadn't come to get him physically. The teacher, attempting to maintain order, intervened, insisting that Issei must go. Issei firmly refused, causing a shocked silence to fall over the classroom. The teacher echoed his disbelief, and Issei's eyes glowed red, mirroring the sudden change in everyone else's in the room. Using his mental manipulation abilities, he commanded his classmates to forget about the announcements and continue with the lesson. As swiftly as it started, the influence lifted, and Issei's eyes returned to their normal silver hue, as did the rest of the class. The persistent announcements were met with collective disregard as the class carried on, undeterred. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and the students dispersed to either the cafeteria or the grounds. Still hungry, Issei made his way to the cafeteria, undeterred by the impending storm on the horizon. In the bustling cafeteria, Issei patiently waited in line, collecting a modest meal of fries, pizza, and a can of Diet Coke. As he settled at a table, a temporary tranquility enveloped him. However, that peace was shattered when a stern voice sliced through the air, pulling Issei from his momentary calm. He looked up to find the entire student council confronting him, their expressions a mix of determination and concern. Issei muttered under his breath about not being able to eat in peace, a cynical smile playing on his lips as he regarded the council members. When prompted by Sona, he scoffed arrogantly, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Sona insisted they needed to talk and urged him to come with them to the new school building. Issei retorted that he cared not for their insignificant words and commanded them to leave his sight. Saji interjected, bristling with anger, but Tsubaki calmed him amidst the tension. Issei taunted Sona and Tsubaki, warning them to rein in Saji, who was barking like a dog. Saji seethed, vowing to show Issei who the real dog was. The confrontation escalated, drawing the attention of bystanders who attempted to intervene. Issei's eyes glowed red, an eerie aura enveloping the area, silencing all voices except those in the student council. Sona accused Issei of sending out mental energy, reminding him that it was against school policy for supernaturals. Tsubaki added her firm disapproval. Issei sneered, declaring that as the excommunicated pariah of Devil Society, he answered to no one but himself. He slammed his palms onto the table, causing everyone to flinch, and declared how bothersome it was that he had to endure such nonsense. He scoffed at the idea of spilling his secrets like a puppet dancing at their command. The student council backed away, fearing Issei's wrath. As they retreated, he sank back onto his seat, sighing deeply. His eyes fell upon his food tray, now diminished from the energy he released. With a heavy heart, he teleported to the rooftop, seeking solace from the impending arrival of his peers, who remained oblivious to the turmoil within him. As predicted, the ORC members entered. The cafeteria downstairs, sensing the residual energy. Rias glanced at the shriveled food, concern etched on her face. In her regretful gaze, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Aquino, and Kiba shared their silence, acknowledging their failure to truly understand their friend. Meanwhile, atop the rooftop, Issei lay on his back, his head resting on his backpack, gazing at the vast expanse of the sky. He declared that he was still hungry, rubbing his tummy, a lonely figure amid his internal battles. He spent the rest of the lunch PRD in quiet contemplation, awaiting the final class PRD of the day. Issei trudged toward his last class of the day, an air of reluctance hanging around him. Inwardly, he grumbled about having PE with Zinovia. Just as he was about to enter the class, he was intercepted by a familiar face, Azazel, wearing an amused grin that hinted at mischief. Azazel playfully remarked on Issei's presence at school, urging him not to be so cold. Issei retorted, his patience wearing thin, explaining that he intended to maintain discretion for obvious reasons. Azazel laughed heartily, suggesting that there was no fun in being discreet when one could unleash a mind-blowing explosion of mental energy. Issei clarified that he needed it to explain his new appearance, hoping to end the conversation quickly. Azazel, still chuckling, pointed out the absurdity of needing elaborate explanations when one could simply compel people to believe in a transformation like his. Issei, feeling the weight of the day pressing down, told Azazel to be quiet. Azazel finally ceased his laughter, his expression turning serious, and suggested that Issei pay a visit to his office. There was much to discuss, Azazel suggested, gesturing for Issei to follow him as he confidently strode toward his office. Issei, confused, wondered about his class. Azazel grinned slyly, indicating that he was not the only one capable of playing with minds. Resigned, Issei sighed and followed Azazel, the mysteries of the day unfolding before him. In the dimly lit confines of Azazel's office, a playful grin curved the demon's lips as he leaned back in his chair, his eyes glinting with mischief. He asked what sort of mischief Issei had been causing in the past week, his tone laced with curiosity. Standing confidently before Azazel, Issei smirked and mentioned that he had done as the system requested. Azazel leaned forward, intrigued, and asked for details. Issei recounted his recent exploits, his eyes glinting with determination. He had been on a mission, tracking down elusive werewolves in the UK. He had eliminated their entire clan, ensuring none remained until the system notified him that the task was complete. Azazel chuckled, amused by the chaos Issei had caused. He expressed curiosity about how things had changed for werewolves, noting that it would have been fascinating to observe one. Issei's smirk deepened as he continued his tale, mentioning Paris. Azazel, intrigued, inquired about who was in Paris. Issei's eyes twinkled mischievously as he revealed that he had encountered cannibals. Azazel echoed the word in surprise, and Issei explained with grim satisfaction that there was a fascinating nerve located behind the human eye, which could trigger a transformation in humans, turning them into relentless cannibals. They had been strategically concealed deep within the catacombs, luring unsuspecting pedestrians into their lair. Azazel nodded in understanding, impressed by Issei's accomplishments. Issei acknowledged his efforts, cryptically adding that he had been involved in other matters as well. Curiosity piqued, Azazel asked if the system still provided him with requests. Issei confirmed that it did, mentioning that a request had come in during the 5th PRD. Azazel probed further, asking if Issei had completed the request. Issei's gaze turned intense as he revealed his secret. He had not done it himself. With a swift motion, a crimson entity materialized beside him. Azazel's eyes widened in realization, understanding that Issei had the power to purge the souls of his fallen foes and assimilate them into his formidable army. Issei nodded, a confident glint in his eyes, explaining that these souls were now an extension of himself. He dispatched them to fulfill the system's requests. Initially lacking the necessary ability points to enhance their capabilities, he had gradually upgraded their range, expanding their reach worldwide. Azazel marveled at Issei's inventiveness, noting the impressive display of creativity. Issei shared his current predicament, stating that he could send them whenever he received a request, allowing him to remain present. Azazel chuckled mischievously, impressed by Issei's diligence, and remarked on his impressive work. Issei retorted that it was not as if he had willingly chosen to be in this situation, joking about his appearance. Amused, Azazel teased him, comparing him to an average teenager from a Netflix series. Issei responded with a sarcastic laugh. Azazel then shifted the conversation, revealing that Valet had been searching for Issei. He recounted how Valet had made quite the entrance, specifically looking for him. Issei inquired about what Azazel had told Valet. Azazel grinned, explaining that none of the ORC or student council members had the courage to confront Valet directly. Since he had a history with Valet, he took it upon himself to handle the situation, giving Valet the runaround and informing him that Issei was not around. Issei was surprised that Valet had just left. Azazel nodded, intrigued, and asked if Issei knew why Valet was looking for him. Issei explained that during the raiding match, he had unleashed the Juggernaut Drive, emanating a formidable surge of power that had caught Albion's attention. Valet must have sensed the distinct essence of Draig's energy. Azazel questioned Issei's choice to use the Juggernaut Drive despite its drawbacks. Issei confidently replied that he counteracted the life force drain by employing his own magic and energy reserves instead of depleting his life force. He also possessed the ability to generate his own life force energy, making Kaniko's senjutsu unnecessary for restoring his vitality. Intrigued, Azazel raised an eyebrow and noted that if Issei followed that line of thinking, he would practically be immortal. He asked about the past users of the Juggernaut Drive. Issei explained that when he initially activated it, he had just reattached the boosted gear to his body, and the system had effectively prevented any interference from past users while he was in that form. Inwardly, Issei decided not to discuss a dream sequence he had experienced where he encountered a white-haired version of himself, choosing to withhold his comments until he understood its meaning. Azazel commented on how convenient that was, expressing disbelief at the idea of unknown voices chanting in his head. Issei then changed the topic, sharing another surprising encounter. He revealed that he had met the infinite dragon god, Ophis. Azazel was astonished, exclaiming that Issei had met Ophis. Issei confirmed this but noted that she seemed more interested in Draig than in him, likely sensing the change in him. Azazel chuckled, noting that Ophis was now a female, whereas he remembered her as an old man. Issei clarified that she appeared as a young girl now. Azazel teased him, suggesting that Issei might have taken an interest in her. Issei firmly interrupted, insisting that he did not have that kind of desire anymore. Azazel smirked, playfully suggesting that Issei should consider adding another cute girl to his growing group of companions. Issei resolutely stated that he was no longer interested in that. Azazel continued to smirk, amused by Issei's response. Now, Issei found himself pondering the grand scheme Azazel had in mind for his beloveds. He rolled his eyes at the comment, feeling a mix of determination and uncertainty as he shared his plans with Azazel after school. He mentioned that he would be meeting them today, having made a promise to Surzex. Azazel nodded, understanding the weight of Issei's words. He had heard from Surzex that Issei had been granted a free peace. Issei sighed, revealing his inner turmoil as he admitted that he still didn't feel free, despite being excommunicated. Azazel's gaze softened with concern as he noted that Rias was unaware of the situation. He expressed his reluctance to share the news, worried about how she would react and what it might do to her already fragile state. Issei's conflicted emotions swirled within him, prompting him to change the topic. He turned to Draig, his partner, and asked if he had anything to say to Azazel before he left. Draig took the opportunity to speak with intensity, expressing his disdain for the title of the Black Dragon of Domination. He proclaimed that he had always been and would forever remain the proud Red Dragon of Domination, and this new designation felt like an affront to his very being. His fiery indignation was clear as he declared his strong feelings against it. Weary of their ongoing banter, Issei rubbed his face in annoyance, reminding Draig that they had discussed this before. Draig, ever proud and unyielding, snapped back, insisting that Issei could not possibly understand the pride and honor of a dragon. Azazel observed their exchange with an amused chuckle, recognizing their familiar dynamic. As their conversation wound down, Issei returned to his class, taking a seat on the sidelines of the field while watching his classmates engage in sports. Zenobia, surprised by his presence, glanced his way, half expecting him to skip class. As the PRD drew to a close, the students headed to the changing rooms to swap their PE clothes for uniforms. Before Zenobia could enter, she turned to where Issei had been sitting, only to find him gone, leaving an air of mystery behind. After the school bell signaled the end of the day, Issei patiently waited on the school rooftops, observing as the members of the ORC made their way to the clubhouse. Once he confirmed that everyone had entered the old school building, he descended toward the same destination. As Issei walked along the footpath leading to the old school building, he noticed the cracked pavement marked by 3 distinct entry points, a reminder of the merciless attack he had endured. In his mind, he reflected on how he had arrived at this very spot where his life had taken a dramatic turn. He pondered which held more sentimental value, the park's fountain where Rainier had ended his existence or this location. Lost in thought, memories of those fateful days played before his eyes like a vivid montage. He acknowledged that both events had profoundly impacted his life, whether for better or worse. Shaking off the weight of his contemplation, Issei refocused and moved onward, heading toward the main door of the clubhouse. With determination, he knocked on the door, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Inside the ORC headquarters, the members huddled in the main room, their expressions a mixture of worry and confusion as they discussed Issei and his peculiar behavior at school that day. Rias, her voice laced with concern, inquired if Issei had arrived late to class. Zenobia confirmed that he had, noting that he had taken a passive role, observing from the sidelines while others engaged in sports activities. Aquino voiced her frustration, expressing disappointment over Issei's late arrival. Kiba added his observations, noting that Issei seemed uninterested in engaging in conversation with Zenobia. Irina mischievously suggested that perhaps he had a delightful companion by his side. Rias, her patience wearing thin, called out Azazel's name, contemplating the possibility that he was withholding vital information. Amidst their discussion, a sudden knock echoed through their headquarters, drawing their attention. Aquino, curious, remarked on the unexpected visitor. Kiba inquired if they were expecting someone, while Rias frowned, uncertain of the situation. Kaneko, the quiet observer, noted that she couldn't sense who it was, indicating that the visitor had done a good job concealing their presence. Another knock reverberated through the room, prompting Rias to take charge and suggest they venture forth to discover the identity of their visitor. They needed to stay prepared for any potential conflict, ensuring they were ready to face any challenges that might arise. With determination in their eyes, the members of ORC descended the stairs toward the main door, bracing themselves for the unknown. As they opened the door, a collective gasp filled the air. They were surprised to see Issei standing there. A week earlier, after Issei's trial in the underworld, Surzex and Grafia had invited him into a spare room for a candid conversation. Surzex began, expressing that it had been a long time since they last spoke face-to-face, his tone gentle and understanding. Issei, with a hint of bitterness, acknowledged the time apart. Surzex inquired if it had been 2 years for Issei, to which he confirmed, glancing at Grafia, who nodded in agreement. Issei expressed his skepticism about allowing others to witness his personal memories, his apprehension evident. Surzex reassured him of their pure intentions, sincerity shining through his words. Issei remained silent, waiting for Surzex to continue. Surzex extended his sincerest apologies on behalf of his sister and her peerage for the mistreatment Issei had endured. Issei responded that he held no ill will toward Surzex, acknowledging that he had no involvement in the matter. Surzex insisted that while his sister could be self-centered, she never intended to inflict such pain on Issei. He emphasized that beneath her actions lay a deep love for him. Issei felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on how his affection had not been enough for Rias. He noted that she had instructed him to call her president, despite his sacrifices to save her from a forced marriage. Surzex and Grafia exchanged hesitant glances, sensing Issei's frustration. Issei lamented that he hadn't even had the chance to confess before Rias had stormed off, calling him an idiot. Breaking the silence, Surzex asked Issei how he felt about Rias. Issei replied nonchalantly that he didn't know. Grafia teased him, recalling how he had intervened when Riser approached Rias, which only irritated Issei further. Graphia remarked on how the 2 years in that dimension had allowed Issei to reflect on his feelings, hinting at the potential consequences had he not had that time. Annoyed, Issei turned away, his thoughts racing. Surzex then requested a favor, asking Issei to protect his sister with utmost dedication, even at the cost of his own life. Issei scoffed inwardly at the Gremory siblings' entitlement, but a plan began to form in his mind. He agreed to the request but on one condition: he wanted to be made a free piece. Surzex and Graphia were taken aback by his bold request. Surzex cautioned that if Rias learned of this, there would be consequences, but Issei insisted they would keep it a secret. He explained that he had demanding missions worldwide and did not want Rias interfering. He needed to assert his freedom to pursue his goals without her control. Surzex understood Issei's perspective and agreed to grant him a boon without cost or obligation. Surzex approached Issei, placing a hand on his chest. A vivid red aura enveloped his hand, casting a glow where it met Issei's skin before dissipating. Surzex declared the task complete, but Issei frowned, skeptical about the change. Surzex reassured him that it was done. Issei expressed his gratitude, promising to honor his end of the deal, even though he would be away from Japan for the week. As Issei prepared to leave, Surzex asked one more thing. He explained that the sword Issei had used in the raiding match against Serorg and Regulus had materialized in the stadium after he left. Its energy was affecting other weaponry, so he had relocated it to the Gremory clan's armory and requested Issei to retrieve it. Issei mentally kicked himself for forgetting about the sword. Issei understood the request and prepared to comply. Surzex confirmed that it would indeed be wonderful for him to return the item. With a swift motion, Issei extended his right hand, and in an instant, the Welsh dragon's knight sword materialized from the armory into his grasp. After a brief moment of admiration, Issei opened a portal and returned the sword to his pocket dimension. The Welsh Dragon Knight Sword was classified as a rare straight sword, boasting impressive stats: plus 93 agility, plus 74 strength, and plus 93 dexterity. It possessed the remarkable ability to fire powerful dragon energy blasts. Surzex expressed his gratitude to Issei, thanking him for his support. Issei, maintaining a casual demeanor, acknowledged the sentiment. Surzex, filled with hope, remarked on the possibility of their paths crossing again under more favorable circumstances. Issei politely echoed the sentiment before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he glanced back at Surzex and Graphia, a mischievous smirk appearing on his lips as he commented on their intriguing dynamic, noting the presence of a dominant master and a SBMSSV servant, while also hinting at the subtle interplay of roles. Caught off guard by Issei's observation, both Surzex and Graphia blushed. Graphia, not one to shy away, cleverly pointed out that Issei and Rias shared a similarly intriguing dynamic, with Rias as the SBMSSV master and Issei taking on a more assertive role lately. Issei scoffed at the banter, acknowledging it before exiting, leaving Surzex and Graphia to ponder his words. Back in the Occult Research Club room, the atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to Issei's unexpected arrival. The members, a mix of confusion and wariness, braced for a potential confrontation. Rias, the club president, broke the silence, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she expressed her surprise at Issei's return. Kiba, ever vigilant, questioned Issei's purpose for being there, his tone defensive and cautious, directly addressing Issei's previous interference. Issei took his time before responding, deliberately building anticipation. He reminded them of the meeting regarding the school festival, asserting his place in the Occult Research Club. A puzzled exchange of glances passed among the members, reflecting their unspoken thoughts about Issei's desire to remain with them despite past events. Rias, eager to ease any tension, welcomed him warmly, inviting him inside. As Issei entered, he sensed the discomfort on everyone's faces. Attempting to lighten the mood, he joked about his fears of being turned away, but his humor fell flat, bordering on condescension. As they moved to the main room, Issei chose to take an extra chair, distancing himself from the others for the moment. Rias, striving to restore normalcy, shifted the conversation to the upcoming school festival. She expressed her desire for input from all club members, encouraging them to engage in a discussion. The room fell silent, the awkwardness heightened by Issei's presence. Aware that he was the cause of the tension, Issei opted to remain silent unless directly addressed. Seeking to reconnect, Rias turned to Issei with genuine curiosity, inviting him to share his thoughts. Feeling the weight of the moment, Issei suggested incorporating supernatural-themed games, proposing a twist on traditional beer pong using toy eyeballs and a spicy sauce to symbolize blood. The room fell into astonished silence and, feeling drained, Issei decided to say no more. Impressed by his idea, Rias commended Issei and encouraged others to contribute. After regaining his confidence, Kiba suggested exploring cosplay, while Asia proposed delightful face painting to bring joy to everyone. The other members shared their ideas as Issei observed quietly. After a few minutes of brainstorming, they reached a final decision. Rias declared their plans with contagious excitement, prompting cheers from everyone except Issei. As the meeting concluded, Rias dismissed the members, leaving Issei with a whirlwind of emotions as he watched his friends disperse, questioning his place among them. Issei waited patiently until only Akino and Rias remained. As he moved to leave, Rias called out to him, her voice soft yet urgent. She asked if they could talk alone, and Issei paused, noticing her subtle signal for Akino to exit. Akino bowed respectfully before leaving, and Issei, with a hint of impatience, urged Rias to get to the point. Rias smiled, attempting to ease the tension, and asked how he had been over the past week. Issei replied curtly, sensing there was more to her request. Rias expressed her delight at his well-being, but Issei, ever perceptive, pointed out that her intention for the conversation was likely more significant. Rias hesitated before nervously confessing that she was aware Surzex had granted Issei the status of a free piece. Issei's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask how she knew. Rias explained that she had overheard their private discussion after the trial, revealing her concern and interest in Issei's situation. The conversation intrigued Issei, and he was eager to catch every word exchanged. Realizing his lack of awareness, he thought that he would have sensed if he was being observed unless Surzex had set it up like a one-way glass. Even now, his powers paled compared to Surzex's, and he knew he needed to train more. He tested Rias's knowledge by asking how much of the conversation she had heard. Rias met his gaze, unwavering, and replied that she had heard all of it. Issei then questioned whether she understood the rationale behind his decision to become a free piece. Rias acknowledged that she did, but Issei cut her off sharply, stating that he had other commitments to handle on his own. Rias's voice was tinged with regret as she expressed her understanding. Issei knew she had likely overheard his remarks about her and the teasing from Graphia. Rias attempted to bring up his earlier confession with a smile, but Issei interrupted firmly, warning her not to push it. He was being generous, but there was a limit. With tears glistening in her eyes, Rias approached him and gently touched his face. She pleaded with him to spare her from his resentment, expressing how deeply it wounded her to see anger directed at her, especially from someone she cherished. She would bear the scorn of the entire world rather than endure the burden of his hatred. Issei responded calmly, his tone icy and resolute, stating that they would see. Rias withdrew her hand, wiped away her tears, and turned away, placing both hands on her desk. If their talk was done, Issei asked if he could leave. Rias, her voice shaky and her emotions raw, told him he was free to go. As he exited the room, he left behind a tumultuous sea of unresolved feelings. Stepping out of the room, Issei made his way toward the staircase, his footsteps heavy with the weight of the day's events. At the bottom, he found the rest of the club members waiting for him, their expressions mirroring the concern he had seen in Rias. Sensing their intention to speak, Issei raised his hand, signaling his need to address them first. He acknowledged the demanding nature of the day, expressing that he lacked the energy to absorb everything they had to say at once. He suggested they approach him individually at another time. A mixture of understanding and sorrow played on everyone's faces. They recognized the toll it had taken for Issei to return to the ORC. With silent nods of agreement, some departed the clubhouse, while others returned to the main room, leaving Issei to his thoughts. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he watched his former friends disperse. Gathering his resolve, he turned away and left the clubhouse, seeking solace in solitude to process the complexities of his emotions. The evening settled over the Hyoudou residence as everyone gathered around the dinner table, the atmosphere tinged with worry. Rias voiced the collective apprehension about Issei's absence. Asia, soft and timid, confirmed that he had not yet arrived. Kaneko displayed a mix of annoyance and suspicion, questioning whether Azazel had disclosed Issei's whereabouts. Kiba added that Azazel remained silent concerning him. Zenobia, her determination evident, asserted the need to inquire with Azazel for thorough verification. The gravity of their situation pressed upon them as they contemplated Issei's absence, each silently hoping for his safety. They scoured the vast residence, eventually discovering Azazel in the underground training facility, deeply engrossed in testing one of the weapons Issei had provided him. When Rias called out to Azazel, he turned around, curiosity piqued by the concern etched on their faces. Rias solemnly explained their worry about Issei's whereabouts. Azazel admitted he had not been informed but suggested it was understandable that Issei might not want to stick around with all of them. His words hung heavily in the air, causing them to look down with disapproval. Azazel encouraged them to cut Issei some slack, noting that he was doing his best, even while holding back. Takino, intrigued, asked what he meant by that. Azazel hesitated before revealing that Issei had been harboring serious frustration towards them, a sentiment that he and Michael had convinced him to rein in after their conversation following the raiding mash. They had feared the potential fallout if he expressed his true feelings. The revelation left everyone wide-eyed, processing the depth of Issei's hidden emotions. Irina remarked on how Issei had appeared rather impartial that day, while Azazel acknowledged his talent for concealing his feelings. Rias pondered whether Issei had been holding back his anger during their earlier conversation about sensitive subjects. Sensing their unease, Azazel offered advice, cautioning them not to provoke Issei too much. While he doubted Issei would resort to physical harm, they should be prepared for a verbal outburst. They all nodded, realizing the delicate ground they now tread around Issei, who seemed like a volatile landmine. Azazel then announced he had a device that would allow them to get in touch with Issei. Excitement lit up their eyes, eager to learn about Issei's mysterious activities. However, Azazel added a condition. They must keep silent, as Issei would not appreciate hearing their voices amidst his current endeavors. They nodded eagerly, respecting Issei's need for space and secrecy. Azazel produced the device designed to establish contact with Issei. The others stared at it in awe, anticipation building in the room. The device buzzed faintly before Issei's voice came through, filled with determination and authority, punctuated by the sounds of exertion. He acknowledged Azazel casually, asking about his return to the ORC, admitting it had been rather awkward. Unaware of the discomfort they had caused Issei, the club members exchanged puzzled looks. Azazel teased Issei about mending things with his romantic interest, prompting Rias to blush deeply. Issei expressed his exasperation at Azazel's persistence, while Azazel playfully acknowledged the interest of the occult research club in Issei's whereabouts. With a stern demeanor, Issei declared he had returned to his dimension and would remain there. The members of ORC felt a pang of sadness at his decision, as if a significant part of their lives had been taken away. Azazel probed further about Issei's choice of residence, and Issei defended his preference, leading to a light-hearted exchange between them. Suddenly, a loud hiss echoed through the communication, startling everyone. "What was that?" Azazel inquired, concern evident in his tone. "I'm in the middle of a boss battle right now," Issei grunted, his voice strained from exertion. "Like, right this instant?" Azazel asked incredulously. "Yeah," Issei confirmed with another grunt. Rias's thoughts raced as she realized the reason behind Issei's unusual noises and speech. "Ha! Seriously?" Azazel laughed mischievously. "I had a feeling those sounds were just your way of indulging in some naughty activities, you mischievous devil." The girls blushed in embarrassment, their imaginations running wild. "Ha! Very funny," Issei replied sarcastically. Azazel pressed on. So what are you fighting? A giant spider, Issei stated, causing horror to fill the hearts of the ORC members. How giant? The size of a hand? A basketball, perhaps? Or, Azazel started, only to be cut off abruptly. Its main body is roughly the size of a family van, Issei declared, sending shockwaves through the listeners. Issei is fighting such a monster. Rias's thoughts echoed in disbelief. That's absurd. Akino's thoughts chimed in. I could never have imagined encountering something so terrifying in my entire life, Asia thought, her fear palpable. Azazel prodded, You sound like you're having trouble. This creature has a sense that keeps dodging all my attacks. It's incredibly frustrating. Issei grunted, frustration evident in his voice. Another hissing sound reached their ears. I gotta go, it's spitting poison at me. Talk to you tomorrow, Issei said, his voice strained. All right, bye, Azazel replied before cutting the communication. In the wake of Issei's departure, Irina voiced her concern. Issei is living all alone now? It appears to be the case, Zenobia replied somberly. Have we really pushed him so far? It hurts my heart that he doesn't want to stay with us anymore, Asia sighed, her voice heavy with sorrow and remorse. Curiosity got the better of Kiba. Hey, Thizzle. I'm curious. Care to enlighten me on why you're the only one who has had the privilege of venturing into Issei's pocket dimension? I'm pretty sure Michael also went a week ago, Azazel replied nonchalantly. Kaneko couldn't hide her frustration. And how exactly is that supposed to improve our mood? Just enlighten me, please. Oh my, when will we have the pleasure of glimpsing into his dimension? Akino chimed in with a hint of mischief. That's something only the rest of you can decide, Azazel replied cryptically, leaving them with the challenge of mending their relationship with Issei, as he had warned them. Later, they all left the training facility, shared a meal, took showers, and retired to their respective rooms. The girls, yearning for Issei's presence, gathered in his room to sleep. Rias's heart ached with longing, thinking about another day passing without him by her side. They all lay in bed with heavy hearts, drifting off to sleep, their thoughts consumed by the absence of the one they cared for deeply. Cuts to Issei before Azazel ended the call. Issei's voice crackled through the communication device, determination ringing clear as he stated he had to go. It was spitting poison at him. All right, bye, Azazel replied before severing the connection. Pocketing the device, Issei squared off with the snarling giant spider before him. With fierce intensity, he declared that the creature should consider itself fortunate for capturing his complete focus. In response, the spider let out a shrill shriek, only to find Issei lunging at it with lightning speed. The creature leapt upwards as a shadow, narrowly evading Issei's attack. Employing his gravity manipulation, he slammed the spider back into the ground. Before it could retaliate, Issei swiftly moved back, conjuring energy spikes intending to pierce the spider through. To his surprise, the giant spider summoned smaller spiders beneath it. The energy spikes pierced through the smaller spiders, allowing the giant spider to land unscathed upon the corpses of its minions. Ah, a clever creature, are we? How amusing to witness such feeble attempts, Issei remarked, impressed by the spider's strategy. Refusing to be outdone, Issei doubled down, channeling more of his gravity manipulation onto the spider. In a countermove, the spider sent a swarm of smaller spiders hurtling towards Issei. Now, Issei's attention was divided, focusing on the smaller spiders while the giant spider wriggled free from his trap. Amidst the chaos, Issei snapped his fingers, igniting a chain reaction of fire and explosions amidst the swarm of spiders. With a confident declaration, he executed his signature move. Though some spiders managed to evade the explosion, they leapt toward Issei. Unfazed, Issei conjured multiple energy swords by his side, launching them towards the oncoming arachnids, impaling them instantly. A giant spider, more cunning than the rest, dodged Issei's initial attack. However, Issei, always a step ahead, teleported beneath the massive creature just as it leapt. Using his gauntlet, he delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the spider soaring upwards until it collided with the cave roof. determination etched on his face, Issei declared that he wasn't done. Launching himself towards the trapped spider hanging from the cave ceiling, Issei executed a powerful high kick, propelling the creature even higher. With a loud crash, the spider smashed through the cave's roof, creating a skylight that connected the cave to the surface. Driven by resolve, Issei chased after the spider as it vanished into the dark forest. Nighttime shrouded the area, making it difficult to pinpoint the spider's location. It could have been hiding in the dense canopy or moving deeper into the woods. Based on his heightened senses, Issei sensed the spider's subtle movements around him. His thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation, realizing it was merely biding its time, hoping for a moment to strike or to lay cunning traps, seeking to ensnare him in its futile efforts. Suddenly, a barrage of smaller spiders descended from the trees, charging at Issei. Unfaltering, he summoned a weapon from his arsenal, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With a swift motion, Issei expertly twirled his staff, batting away the spiders that dared to challenge him. Each strike transformed them into frozen husks until none remained. "I grow weary of these trivial games," Issei scoffed, his voice laced with irritation. His aura surged, igniting a ring of fire that expanded around him. The fiery circle ascended, forming a protective wall. Smaller spiders caught within the blaze met their fiery end, their cries drowned out by the crackling flames. Issei conjured a singularity point, causing the firewall to twist and dance like a fiery tornado. Amidst the chaos, the giant spider found itself trapped at the pinnacle. Issei focused the flames, enclosing the spider within a searing sphere. The ball of fire compressed relentlessly, containing the creature within. Squeals and shrieks echoed from the fiery prison. Issei observed the scene with an unyielding demeanor, recognizing the spider's stubbornness. Swift as the wind, Issei soared towards the airborne sphere, levitating it above his finger before hurling it towards the ground. The impact unleashed a massive explosion, transforming the vibrant forest into a desolate landscape, scarred by the blast that obliterated everything in its vicinity. At last, the giant spider boss was defeated, vanquished by Issei's relentless determination and power. Issei brushed off the recent encounter, expressing his annoyance at the lack of challenge. With a casual flick, he directed his attention toward the lifeless spider's remains. Two orbs emerged from the arachnid's body, hovering in the air. He confidently acknowledged the first orb, which zipped towards him and transformed into a giant spider. Utilizing his soul-binding ability, Issei bound the spider's soul, making it his loyal servant. Colossal spider. Classification: Insect. Attribute: Earth, Dark. Stats: Attack: 2,300. Defense: 1,200. Ability: a giant spider that can perform all the functions of a normal spider, but at a greater degree. Issei's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he turned his attention to the second orb. It flew towards him, crafted from the remains of the spider, and enveloped his back, forming into an exoskeletal spine with 8 arms protruding from it. Spider arms. Classification: Exoskeleton. Stats: plus 73 sense, plus 112 dexterity, plus 76 agility. Ability: adds 8 additional arms to the user, allowing them to wield more items. Issei mused about the newfound arms, intrigued by their potential. With a subtle mental command, he manipulated the additional limbs using a neural link. He realized he could make them hold items such as weapons, allowing him to wield up to 10 at a time. His satisfaction was evident as the spider arms responded to his every command, acting as extensions of his body. As the dimension shifted back to its familiar state, revealing Issei's dark academia-esque castle and its surroundings, he sighed, acknowledging the exhaustion that weighed him down. He murmured to himself about the long day and his fatigue. In a swift motion, Issei teleported to the showers within his castle, cleansing himself of the day's grime. Afterwards, he collapsed onto his bed, his body craving rest. Within minutes, he succumbed to sleep, his face buried in the softness of his pillow, the events of the day fading away in the embrace of slumber. In the world of supernatural beings and extraordinary powers, Issei Hyoudou faced a daunting trial like no other. As the sun set over the Occult Research Club (ORC) clubhouse, Issei found himself surrounded by his closest companions. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they expressed their disappointment in him for failing to consider Rias's feelings. Their voices echoed in his ears, and he felt overwhelmed by their collective judgment. As a consequence of his negligence, the members of the ORC turned their backs on him, leaving him standing alone outside the very place that once felt like home. In that heart-wrenching moment of solitude, Issei's world felt shattered, and despair loomed over him. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, a trio of malevolent devils attacked Issei, pushing him to the brink of despair. Desperate and fearing for his life, he called out for someone from the ORC to come to his rescue, but no one answered. In that dark hour, the bonds he thought he held dear were called into question, and the concept of friendship felt distant. Just as the abyss seemed ready to claim him, a mysterious and unknown power surged within Issei. With newfound strength, he defeated the devils and was transported to a time-dilated dimension for rigorous training that lasted over 2 years. The once timid and uncertain Issei emerged as a changed man. When he returned, his appearance had transformed, and he carried himself with newfound confidence. This was a different Issei, both in appearance and in his thoughts and actions. He ventured into the underworld to engage in a raiding match against Serorg with his peerage. Still, even his allies struggled to recognize the man before them. During the raiding match, Issei unveiled the staggering might he had gained during his time in seclusion. His attacks were powerful and intense, sending shockwaves through the audience, including those who had once called him a friend. As the match reached its conclusion, Issei left his entire peerage in tears and anguish. They realized they had played a part in his transformation, and the weight of guilt settled heavily upon their hearts. A few days later, Issei faced a trial for his actions in the raiding match, with the higher-ups seeking to imprison or even execute him. Miraculously, he cleared his name but was excommunicated from the Devil Society. Now, with a newfound sense of freedom, Issei and his partner Drake set forth on a new path, forging their own destiny in a world that had both rejected and transformed them. The tale of Issei's journey from despair to redemption had just begun, and the path ahead was filled with challenges and rewards. The morning after, Rias and her companions rose from their slumber, their hearts lightened by Issei's return yet heavy with the knowledge that he no longer wished to share a roof with them. Meanwhile, in a distant dimension, Issei awoke in his vast bed, reminiscent of the one his friends used to sleep on in his former home. His thoughts, however, remained his secret. Issei had synchronized the dimension's time dilation with Earth's flow to conserve time. Stretching lazily, he reflected on the comfort of his surroundings, wishing he could relax without the need to conceal the mark on his left arm. Issei was confident that his knowledge wouldn't deter the others. He knew they would continue to try to sneak into his bed, no matter how many times he switched rooms or secured the door. After a refreshing shower and a change into his school uniform, Issei descended to the modern kitchen in his castle, a stark contrast to its Romanian dark academia-esque exterior. After finishing breakfast, he brushed his teeth and opened a rift to the outside world, emerging on the empty rooftop of the school building. Glancing toward the school gate, he saw the ORC members arriving simultaneously. He asserted to himself that he had arrived first, observing them enter the clubhouse. Perplexed by his early arrival, he mused about the unnecessary nature of his travel. Waiting for the bell to ring, signaling the start of the first PRD, Issei yawned in weariness, questioning whether he had managed to get sufficient rest. The memory of waking up in the night to experiment with his new spider arms weapon crossed his mind, prompting a self-deprecating thought about his decision. Throughout the day, he attended classes, avoiding other devils while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Eventually, the interval arrived, and the students dispersed to spend time with their friends, except for Issei, who remained solitary. On the rooftops, Issei observed the scene below where Matsuda and Motohama were enduring a tough time at the hands of the kendo girls. Their expressions were a mix of discomfort and an odd sense of enjoyment. A soft, warm voice broke the momentary silence, suggesting a more positive outlook. Ravel, standing behind him, encouraged him to embrace joy. Issei, recognizing her presence without turning around, smiled confidently and acknowledged her, noting how long it had been since they last spoke. He finally turned to face her, ready to engage in conversation. Ravel regarded Issei with genuine admiration, her words filled with sincerity as she complimented his new look, noting it was a marked improvement from the previous one. Issei's thoughts churned as he contemplated the complexities of his emotions. He wrestled with conflicting feelings, understanding that Ravel was intertwined with the complications between him, Rias, and Lady Phoenix. Yet, he realized that his resentment should not be directed at her. Ravel, noticing his gaze, playfully chided him for staring, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as her composure faltered momentarily. Issei approached her, standing tall and placing a hand on her head, affectionately ruffling her hair. He asked how she had been, his touch causing her to blush. Ravel replied that she had been managing quite well, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Curiosity piqued, Issei inquired how she knew he would be up there. Ravel explained that she had been observing him since he left the classroom, finding it easy to keep an eye on him due to his commanding presence among the other students. Issei teased her about her height, surprised that someone of her stature could see him. Ravel retorted indignantly yet playfully, asserting that she was still maturing. Noticing Ravel's Kuo Academy uniform, Issei asked if she had enrolled there. She confirmed that she had done so a while ago and mentioned that she had tried to meet him the previous week but had found him absent. However, she had heard from her sources that he had made an appearance. Issei questioned if those sources included Rias and the others, to which Ravel nodded, revealing that she was living with them. Issei disclosed that he had heard she was no longer living at the residence. Ravel's expression softened with regret as she reflected on the turmoil caused by her arrival, suggesting it might be her fault. Issei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, assuring her that he did not hold her responsible for what had transpired. Her relieved smile warmed his heart. Teasingly, Issei suggested that her sole motivation for attending school was to see him. Ravel, flustered, insisted that as someone of noble blood, additional learning was hardly necessary, demanding to know why he had been absent. Issei chuckled and ruffled her hair again, prompting her to shake slightly. He then asked her why she wasn't intimidated by him. Ravel confessed that she believed he harbored no ill feelings toward her deep down. Issei acknowledged that some individuals still harbored animosity and trepidation toward him, but he attributed Ravel's lack of fear to her incredible kindness and gentleness, which she continued to show even after discovering his connection to Riser. Ravel hesitated before revealing that Riser tended to react noticeably whenever her name came up in conversation. In the quiet of the school corridor, Issei mused that perhaps his intimidation had worked a bit too well. Ravel's sharp eyes noticed his unusual attire, a turtleneck compression shirt beneath his school uniform. Curiosity piqued, she wondered aloud about his collection of turtleneck ensembles. Issei absent-mindedly tugged on his sleeve, contemplating his response and explaining that he had devised a story to appease the student council regarding his attire. Ravel's excitement bubbled over when Issei cryptically mentioned getting inked. She eagerly asked if he meant a tattoo. Issei confirmed this and glanced around cautiously before asking if she could keep a secret. Ravel nodded enthusiastically, especially from Rias and the others. With a sigh, Issei began to reveal a tapestry of black markings on his left arm, a fierce dragon winding its way from his hand up to his shoulder, its claws on his chest, neck, and wings on his back. Ravel's eyes widened at the sight, and she couldn't help but express her admiration. Issei, puzzled by her reaction, asked what she meant. Flustered, Ravel quickly dismissed her comment, turning away with flushed cheeks. Undeterred, Issei inquired what she thought of the tattoo. Ravel hesitated, asking why he had chosen to get it. Issei explained that when Draig mutated, his mark grew onto his hand, and he speculated that Ravel's own transformation was linked to her remarkable balance breaker. Ravel was astonished to learn that Michael, the Seraph, had also seen the mark. Issei confirmed this, noting that Azazel had been the first to notice. Ravel's thoughts raced as she realized she had seen this before Rias and the others. As Issei studied the markings on his arm, Ravel moved closer, her fingers trailing delicately from his hand up his arm and onto his chest. Their eyes locked in intensity, the moment charged with unspoken words. Just then, the school bell rang, breaking the trance. Issei expressed regret that he should probably get to class, and Ravel agreed, her voice slightly shaky as she began to retreat from the moment they had shared. As Issei started to put his clothes back on, Ravel hurried away, her heart racing with the intensity of their encounter. As the school festival approached, excitement filled the air. Clubs showcased their carefully prepared setups, the result of a week of hard work. In the days leading up to the event, members of the Occult Research Club, ORC, approached Issei, expressing their understanding and regret. Issei responded with vague reassurances, encouraging them to focus on the positive aspects. The ORC had embraced a common theme of mythical creatures. Gasper, dressed as a vampire, startled anyone who approached his coffin, while Kiba, clad in medieval knight's armor, surprised unsuspecting visitors. Issei found himself reluctantly cast as Frankenstein, enduring the embarrassment of makeup and strange noises whenever someone neared his station. His internal thoughts revealed a strong desire to escape. Draig, Issei's partner, took pleasure in his predicament, teasing him about his appearance. The girls, dressed as witches, demonic nuns, and wercats, managed the games area, leaving a memorable impression on festival goers, even if they weren't the main attraction. The swimming club, however, captivated the attention of male attendees. After the festival, Rias gathered the club members, her voice filled with pride as she praised their efforts. She expressed gratitude for their hard work and requested their assistance with the cleanup the following afternoon, emphasizing how much their presence meant to her. The members agreed, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Issei, lingering at the back, maintained his brooding demeanor. Rias, curious about his experience, approached him after the others had left, asking how he felt about his first school festival. Issei responded nonchalantly, and sensing his discomfort, Rias said her goodbyes as he pretended to leave. Later that night, Issei returned to the ORC clubhouse, driven by a mix of emotions. He muttered to himself, questioning his actions. Suddenly he blurred into motion, red particles swirling around him. In moments, the clubhouse transformed, decorations vanished, trash disappeared, and furniture returned to its original arrangement. Issei's swift actions accomplished hours of work in mere moments, showcasing his hidden abilities. On a quiet Saturday evening, the club members gathered to clean their spaces, reluctantly sacrificing their leisure time. When they entered the clubhouse, they were met with a surprising sight: the entire building had already been meticulously cleaned. Asia, wide-eyed with astonishment, wondered aloud if a gentle fairy had handled their task. Rias, wearing a knowing smile, playfully confirmed Asia's suspicion, though she was aware of the true culprit. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as she thought of Issei's thoughtful gesture. Realization dawned on the others, and a ripple of understanding passed through the room. Smiles broke out on most faces, while some giggled at the delightful surprise. Irina, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked when Issei had found the time for such a task. Zenobia, always serious, remarked on the idea of male fairies, drawing puzzled looks from everyone. In response, the others collectively face-bombed, exasperated by Zenovia's obliviousness. She, genuinely clueless, questioned their reactions, her innocence both amusing and frustrating. Gasper emerged from his room, nervous as he recounted the noise from the previous night. He had peeked through his door and seen a blur of red particles moving swiftly. Even with his special vision, he couldn't discern what had happened, and in moments, the clubhouse was clean. This triggered a realization among them: Issei's immunity to that special vision. Zenobia, urgent and curious, questioned how Issei could possess such immunity, wondering if male fairies were also impervious to it. The absurdity of her question prompted collective eye rolls from the others. With no work left to do, the members of ORC returned to their residences, leaving behind the mystery of the cleaning fairy and Zenovia's perplexing inquiries. Monday arrived, signaling the end of the weekend and the return to the school routine. Students trickled back onto the campus, their chatter buzzing with excitement from the recent school festival. Conversations filled the air as they discussed their experiences in various clubs, debating which ones had provided the best service and contemplating joining new ones inspired by the festival's thrill. Having arrived early, Issei decided to grab some extra lunch before the school day began. As he approached the school gates, he found himself face to face with the members of the Occult Research Club, who had also arrived at the same time. They came to him with a shared intent, as if they had something important to say. Rias expressed her gratitude, thanking him for his recent help. Akino echoed her sentiment, followed by Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, and Irina, all offering their thanks in unison. However, Zenobia appeared puzzled. She directed her attention to Issei and remarked that she found it rather perplexing why he was being referred to as a fairy. She recalled an uncanny occurrence at the ORC clubhouse recently, where a creature resembling a fairy had meticulously tidied the entire place. The collective sound of facepalms resonated through the group at Zenovia's obliviousness. Issei couldn't help but wonder about the strange situation. Despite the bizarre encounter, they continued walking together for a moment. Soon, Issei veered off from the group, heading to his class, while the others headed toward the clubhouse, their thoughts lingering on the mysterious fairy incident. During Issei's breaks and lunchtime, he often found solace on the school rooftops, accompanied by Ravel. Over time, he had introduced her to human music, a concept she had initially met with skepticism but had gradually come to appreciate. Issei chuckled inwardly, imagining Ravel's taste in music, thinking she probably liked songs by boy bands. Engrossed in the melodies streaming through Issei's earphones, Ravel sang along, her voice carrying the lyrics. Issei sighed, his thoughts drifting to an amusing incident from the past. He recalled how he had a playlist filled with boy band songs, and every time he pressed shuffle while working out, the wrong song always ended up playing. Just the other day, while doing one-handed push-ups, a cheesy song had started blaring, throwing him off balance and causing him to topple over. Undeterred by Issei's internal woes, Ravel continued to sing, her voice bright and cheerful. Issei watched her, noticing the genuine happiness reflected in her smile. Although he couldn't resist smiling in response, Ravel questioned him, her voice laced with confusion, wondering if she had something on her face. She instinctively touched her face, searching for any signs of dirt. Issei teased her lightly, but his words were lost to her, drowned out by the music blaring in her ears. When she asked him to repeat himself, he simply shook his head, reassuring her with a chuckle. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of their break, everyone returned to class, leaving the rooftop behind, the echoes of music fading in the air. While Issei was in class, he received a notification that caught his attention. It instructed him to go to Norway. His mind whirred with thoughts of unexplored territories. He had never been to Norway and was curious about what it was like. He contemplated whom to assign for the task, considering the giant spider but dismissing the idea due to the potential chaos it would cause. Instead, he decided on the Imperial ninjas, believing they would get the job done efficiently. With a swift motion, Issei summoned the ethereal souls of the Imperial ninjas, their ghostly forms materializing around him. With purpose, he launched them into the air, their spectral figures scattering like autumn leaves in the wind, heading towards the distant shores of Norway. He wondered how long it would take for them to complete their mission. Time passed, and the school day continued as normal. Another notification pinged on Issei's system in the next class, again capturing his attention. It instructed him to go to Norway once more. Confused, he pondered whether his previous attempt had failed. This was the first time he had encountered such an outcome. No matter, he resolved to deploy a more formidable unit this time. The elemental swordsman should suffice. Determined, Issei unleashed the elemental swordsman, directing its power towards Norway, hoping for a different result. After a tense wait, another notification popped up, capturing his attention once again. Issei's mind raced with confusion and curiosity as he pondered the peculiar message he had received. Typically, the system had no issue granting those who were an extension of himself the ability to accomplish tasks. Determined to unravel the mystery, Issei resolved to seek guidance and thought about discussing it with Azazel. When lunchtime arrived, Issei discreetly informed Ravel that he needed to see Azazel urgently. When Ravel pressed for more details, Issei mentioned it had to do with the system and hinted that Azazel would explain everything later that evening at the clubhouse. Inside Azazel's office, Issei got straight to the point, displaying a notification on his device. Azazel glanced at the message and made a sly comment about Norway, but Issei quickly redirected the conversation to the real issue at hand. He showed Azazel a second notification that read, "Don't send others, come physically." Azazel raised an eyebrow, analyzing the information. He questioned whether the system had been updated, preventing Issei from exploiting the glitch. Issei shook his head, explaining that this situation did not resemble the duplication glitch. He had dispatched 2 units already, and neither had returned. Azazel pondered the situation, trying to deduce the possibilities. He asked if Issei's necromanced armies could die again, to which Issei explained that they were beings made of energy, regenerating any damage they sustained using his own energy as fuel. Azazel concluded that they could not be harmed. Issei hesitated before admitting that he had initially thought he could manage his absence from school. Azazel interrupted, already knowing what Issei was going to say. Issei requested a favor, hoping for a way out of the situation. Azazel contemplated the request before responding that there was no need for a cover story, as everyone in the ORC knew Issei was now a free piece. However, Azazel added one condition: Issei had to take Rosweiss with him. Issei was surprised but understood Azazel's reasoning. Rosweiss, a Valkyrie from the Norse pantheon, would have valuable knowledge about Norway. Issei sensed there was more to Azazel's request, and Azazel revealed his concern about Rosweiss' well-being, suggesting that she might need a change of scenery to clear her mind. After considering the situation, Issei decided to bring Rosweiss along, acknowledging that she would not be a burden. With determination, he made his decision known. Azazel, pleased, seized the opportunity to request another favor. He wanted to research one of Issei's weapons. Issei, however, was frustrated that Azazel had not returned the last item he provided. Azazel attempted to justify his position, but Issei insisted on the immediate return of his weapon. Azazel argued that Issei had plenty of weapons he didn't use, but Issei defended his collection, stating that it added an impressive touch to his armory. Azazel, surprised and secretly proud of Issei's collector mentality, suggested buying the weapon, but Issei refused. As Azazel continued to propose various trades, Issei's patience waned. After several unsuccessful attempts, Issei proposed a compromise. He would provide Azazel with another weapon the following day in exchange for the one currently in Azazel's possession. Azazel hesitated but eventually agreed, assuring Issei that he would have his weapon by the next day and that he was free to leave school for Norway. Issei remained resolute, emphasizing the need to provide a comprehensive explanation to the others at the clubhouse after school. Azazel reassured him that it would be no problem. With their conversation concluded, Issei left Azazel's office and returned to Ravel on the rooftops, where they spent time together until the bell rang, signaling the end of the day's last class. After the final bell rang, students dispersed from the grounds, leaving an empty, echoing quiet behind. A group of devils, hybrids, and an angel gathered in an old school building in a secluded corner of the campus. Azazel and Issei approached the clubhouse together, their arrival met with puzzled and concerned looks from the others. Among them, Ravel seemed less perplexed. She had sensed something was amiss, suspecting it had to do with Issei's conversation with Azazel in the office during lunchtime. Issei had promised to explain everything in the clubhouse after school, and she had patiently waited for that moment. Azazel took the floor inside, detailing the challenging situation Issei found himself in. Though visibly distressed, Issei remained silent, allowing Azazel to speak on his behalf. Azazel explained the system's demands on Issei and the temporary solution he had devised to keep Issei from being scattered worldwide. However, this fix was no longer effective, forcing Issei to leave again. His expression grave, Kiba inquired if it was true that Issei was bound to carry out tasks worldwide due to this system. Zenobia pressed further, asking what kind of tasks these were. Azazel clarified that they mainly involved combating evildoers and saving people. Irina was astounded, realizing that since Issei returned to school, he had his deceased soldiers handle these tasks for him. Kiba marveled at the extent of Issei's power, expressing amazement at the idea of creating an entire army for extermination and resurrection. Despite his turmoil, Issei's steady voice explained that he didn't merely resurrect them, he merged their souls with his, assimilating them into his being. Kaneko mused that such power seemed reserved for select deities. Akino chimed in, her voice laced with curiosity, suggesting that such immense power must come with its drawbacks. Issei interjected, refocusing the conversation, stating that he had to be the one to end their lives, otherwise he couldn't bind their souls to his. Azazel reinforced Issei's point, explaining that they had informed everyone why Issei wouldn't be around. He had already caught up with his class materials and didn't need to catch up anymore. Rias, determined, asserted that while that approach might convince the student council, she could not allow Issei to embark on this journey alone. Azazel revealed their plan to send Rosweiss with him. Akino, her tone a blend of curiosity and concern, questioned why her. Issei clarified that she hailed from the Norse pantheon and her knowledge surpassed anyone else within their reach. Rias inquired about the duration of the trip, and Issei hesitated, uncertain, mentioning it could be a few days or perhaps a week. A heavy silence settled over the occult research club. Their hearts sank at the prospect of another week without Issei, especially after his recent return. Ravel, her voice firm and resolute, expressed her eagerness to accompany Issei. Issei's eyes softened, appreciating her concern, but explained that his association with the underworld had consequences. Even being near him could be seen as aggression, potentially putting her in harm's way. The higher authorities were actively seeking any opportunity to have him eliminated. Ravel felt sad. She wouldn't be able to spend time with Issei for the next few days, as he was her closest companion during breaks. Rias, embracing her role as Issei's master, firmly declared that she would accompany him on this endeavor. As his master, it was her duty to be accountable for his actions. Issei's frustration bubbled over as he retorted sharply, reminding everyone why he became a free piece. He didn't want to waste his time with them. Rias, her jealousy simmering beneath the surface, countered his outburst, feeling hurt by his words. Issei's mood darkened further as he expressed his disdain for the situation, stating that he tolerated their presence not because he enjoyed their company but due to the commitment he made to Surzex. Rias, frustrated, shot back, demanding to know if he was just putting up with the rest of them. Issei sneered, making it clear that he had an overwhelming urge to express his intense frustration towards them. Azazel intervened, swiftly moving to halt Issei from revealing his true feelings. He warned Issei to stop, his gesture commanding respect. Issei scoffed but backed off. Azazel reminded Rias of their earlier conversation, and she sighed, conceding defeat. He announced he would inform Rosweiss about joining Issei, noting that it would have been more convenient if she were there, but she seemed to have been detained in her class. As Azazel left, Issei exited with Ravel trailing behind, not wanting to be the center of attention among the others. Outside the building, Ravel finally caught up with Issei, calling out to him. Issei turned around and decided to wait for her. Ravel explained that she didn't want things to get uncomfortable inside with everyone else. Issei suggested they go to the arcade, and Ravel agreed. Together, they made their way into town and headed to the arcade. Back at the Occult Research Club, Issei's words hung heavy in the air, leaving Rias frustrated. She slammed her palms onto her desk, her anger palpable. Asia attempted to console her, but Rias cut her off sharply, her voice cutting through the room. Rias expressed her frustration and regret, lamenting that she should have claimed Issei as her own, keeping him by her side. If only she had exercised her authority as his king, none of this would have come to pass. The others exchanged worried glances, sensing the depth of Rias's turmoil. Akino couldn't help but wonder if the other girl was suggesting that she was ready to claim Issei exclusively for herself, creating a distance between him and the rest of them. Rias felt frustrated, believing that Issei should have chosen her as his first and only option. The tension in the room was palpable. The club meeting concluded on a hostile note, and the members left in somber silence, each lost in their thoughts. As the day wore on, Ravel and Azazel made their way home, each carrying the weight of the situation. Meanwhile, Issei returned to his dimension. his heart heavy with the turmoil of the day's events. With a confident smile, Issei explained that he possessed a nunchaku that could extend to any desired length. It could transform its handles effortlessly into various forms, such as a hook or a grapple. When the handles were joined, it became a compact baton. Additionally, it harnessed a powerful electric energy within its core. Azazel chuckled, teasingly suggesting that Issei had spoiled everything. Issei dismissed the jest with a smirk, insisting that there were far more capabilities to explore. Azazel's eyes lit up with appreciation as he acknowledged the uniqueness of Issei's creations. He remarked that some of them were so powerful they could rival the legendary Longinus. The fact that Issei acquired them from defeated foes added to their intrigue, as it allowed him to forge his own versions of sacred gears. In the dim light of their conversation, Issei expressed his concerns about creating his own sacred gears, feeling it was a dangerous path. Azazel, curious, asked how so. Issei's eyes flickered with caution and determination as he explained his belief that one person's tool could easily become another's weapon. While he trusted Azazel with his belongings, he was wary of others. He preferred not to bear the responsibility for innocent lives affected by his creations. He anticipated that word of his unique powers would spread, attracting potential buyers and those with hidden motives. Azazel processed Issei's words and inquired if he would ever distribute his creations. Issei firmly asserted that he would not, allowing only Azazel to know of their existence for now. Azazel chuckled, his eyes glinting with anticipation, claiming it was more for him. Issei's tone grew serious as he delved deeper into the intricacies of his power. He explained that the strength of his weapon depended on the entity it was used against. For instance, against a low-class devil, it would be ineffective, but against someone like Surzex, the power would be immense. Azazel found the concept both fascinating and chilling, laughing at the idea of transforming anyone into a weapon after their death. Issei nodded gravely, acknowledging the weight of their discussion. As they approached the Hyoudou residence, Issei observed the familiar surroundings and noted that everything looked the same. Azazel, in a light-hearted tone, remarked that ordinary people couldn't whimsically transform their homes. Issei rolled his eyes at the playful comment, a mix of annoyance and amusement crossing his face. Reaching the main door, Azazel unlocked it and gestured for Issei to enter, casually asking if he was coming inside. Issei hesitated, conflicted about facing everyone inside, but Azazel encouraged him, reminding him that it was his own house. With a resigned sigh, Issei followed Azazel inside, where the members of the ORC eagerly awaited his return. They welcomed him back with enthusiasm, their excitement palpable. Issei internally cringed at the forced cheerfulness, but sensing his discomfort, the others toned down their celebration. Feeling a mix of emotions, Issei settled onto a nearby sofa, while some members took seats opposite him, and a few sat beside him, respecting his need for space. Azazel, however, paid no mind to this and sat next to Issei. Breaking the silence, Azazel teased Issei about his quietness since entering. Issei, though subdued, confidently remarked that he hadn't anticipated being in this situation so soon. Azazel chuckled softly, viewing it as a positive sign that Issei and the others could reconcile quickly. Issei retorted sarcastically, his frustration evident. Turning his attention to Rias, Issei asked when Rosweiss would arrive. Rias replied that she should be coming down shortly, her voice tinged with anticipation and a hint of envy. The sound of rolling suitcases and exaggerated footsteps echoed from the staircase, and soon Rosweiss appeared, confidently carrying 2 large suitcases. Dressed in black jeans, a white shirt, and a blue denim jacket, she declared her arrival with determination. As everyone admired Rosweiss's beauty, jealousy filled the air. The other girls couldn't help but feel envious that she and Issei were heading to Norway together, some even contemplating replacing her. Issei observed Rosweiss's demeanor, noting her meticulously packed bags and the air of confidence surrounding her. He wondered why she seemed prepared for a long vacation, questioning whether Azazel had informed her about the potential conflicts they might face. Turning to Azazel, Issei inquired with authority about what exactly he had told Rosweiss. His whispered words caught the attention of the sharp-eyed Rosweiss, who frowned slightly at their secretive conversation. Caught in a whirlwind of insecurity, she wondered what they were discussing and if they were making fun of her. "Oh, Odin," she thought to herself, "these jeans really do make me look fat." Her internal cries masked the unease she felt. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Azazel casually mentioned that he had told her about Issei's upcoming trip to Norway and that she would be needed during that time. His words dripped with mischief, deepening Issei's concern. Issei pressed further, his voice low as he asked if Azazel had informed her about the potential conflicts that could arise in that location. Azazel simply replied that he had not. Frustration bubbled within Issei, and he whispered with exasperation that she thought they were going on a holiday. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Azazel, seemingly unfazed, reveled in the chaos he had created. He suggested that she should join them in the battles and be rewarded later, noting her dedication and how she tended to get a little whiny under pressure. Feeling fatigued and annoyed, Issei cast a tired glance toward Rosweiss, who offered a nervous smile, her eyes tightly shut as she attempted to conceal her inner turmoil. Standing tall, Issei declared that they were heading to the UK, ready for the next thrilling adventure that awaited them. Rosweiss, her meticulous nature evident, expressed her surprise and confusion, thinking they were going to Norway. Issei explained calmly that while they were indeed going to Norway, he couldn't open rifts to places he hadn't visited. Since he had personally been to the UK, they would rift there and efficiently catch a plane to Norway. Rosweiss nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic behind Issei's decision. Excitement bubbled in Irina's voice as she exclaimed that Issei had actually gone all the way to the UK. She was thrilled and wondered if he had visited her former residence there. The mention of God caused a sharp reaction in Issei, evident from the flinch he couldn't conceal. Apologizing quickly, Irina's tone shifted, her voice laced with nervous laughter as she acknowledged her excitement. Undeterred, she pressed on, asking Issei if he had visited her previous abode, her curiosity getting the best of her. Issei's patience was waning, and he responded with a hint of frustration, making it clear he had no idea where Irina lived in the UK. Irina's voice lowered with genuine worry as she admitted her mistake, apologizing sincerely. Issei rolled his eyes at the comments thrown his way. Ravel, undeterred, approached him with a subtle blush on her cheeks. She urged Issei to make sure to return in one piece as soon as he could, her voice firm yet gentle, reflecting her concern. Issei playfully smirked, teasing that it was amusing to see royalty concerned for a low-class commoner like himself. He affectionately ruffled Ravel's hair. Ravel declared that it was indeed correct and that he should consider it an order, her tone hinting at authority and her demeanor slightly flushed. The others watched with envy as Issei treated Ravel like a princess, a sight they hadn't seen since before the raiding mash. Rias looked on, her expression a mix of frustration and anger, while Kaneko glared at Ravel, their rivalry fueling her resentment. Issei teased that he would return, causing Rias and Kaneko's anger to intensify. Ignoring the tension, Issei moved toward Rosweiss and gently touched her shoulder. She blushed at his touch, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Azazel chuckled mischievously, commenting that it seemed a man had finally laid his hands on her in such a manner and that Issei should handle her delicately. Rosweiss, feeling embarrassed, declared for him to be quiet. Observing her response, the other girls felt a pang of jealousy, longing for the same attention from Issei. The morning sun bathed the school grounds in golden light as Azazel and Issei met, their purpose clear: to fetch Rosweiss from Issei's old home. In a gesture of camaraderie, Azazel returned one of the weapons Issei had lent him for study, and Issei, in turn, handed him another. Curiosity gleamed in Azazel's eyes as he examined the nunchaku in his hand, eager to explore its potential. The nunchaku was an epic multi-utility weapon, boasting impressive stats that enhanced dexterity, agility, and senses. It had the ability to extend as far as the user desired, transforming its handles into hooks, grapples, or blades. It could even produce electricity when twirled, adding to its versatility. Despite the commotion, Issei created a rift between himself and Rosweiss. She looked on in shock, astonished by his ability, a sentiment shared by the others, excluding Azazel. Issei grasped one of Rosweiss' suitcases with his left hand and extended his right hand toward her, silently asking her to hold it. Rosweiss hesitated before gently taking his hand, her cheeks flushing, which only fueled the other girl's jealousy. In the background, Azazel let out a sly whistle. Issei and Rosweiss turned to look. Issei was annoyed, and Rosweiss was embarrassed. She retorted, her patience wearing thin, while Azazel teased Issei about his chances with Rosweiss. With a playful wink, Azazel expressed his trust in Issei to take care of her, earning a frown from Issei and a pout from Rosweiss. Determined, Rosweiss declared her intent to accompany them, her resolve shining brightly as she expressed her willingness to confront any challenges ahead. Rolling his eyes at the theatrics, Issei stepped through the rift, and Rosweiss closed her eyes, uncertain of what awaited them. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Issei remarked on the need for a taxi, his voice tinged with confusion as he navigated the new surroundings. Curiosity piqued, Rosweiss inquired about a term he used, but Issei quickly brushed it off, sensing her suspicion. In his mind, Issei reflected on his growth and the importance of focusing on the present. Spotting a passing taxi, he raised his hand to signal the driver. Once inside, they prepared for their journey, with Issei efficiently loading Rosweiss' bags into the trunk. At the airport, the taxi took its time arriving. When it finally did, Issei carefully unloaded the suitcases onto a trolley as they waited to collect their boarding tickets. He clarified that their trip to Norway was not just a holiday, but a mission he needed to undertake. Rosweiss, laced with melancholy, asked why he was heading there, and Issei explained the task assigned to him by the system. Rosweiss' curiosity deepened as she inquired about the specifics of his mission. Issei explained that he needed to be present, assuming further guidance would come upon their arrival. Understanding his situation, Rosweiss sighed, yearning for happiness amidst the Norwegian lands. Sensing her sadness, Issei offered reassurance, promising that they would enjoy their time there as if it were a well-deserved vacation. As they approached the check-in counter, Issei noticed the weight limit issue with Rosweiss' suitcases. He warned her that they were pushing the limit and would likely not be allowed on board. Rosweiss, genuinely concerned, asked if she needed to get rid of one. Issei assured her that he would handle one suitcase under his ticket and the other on her behalf. Grateful, Rosweiss inquired about Issei's belongings, to which he explained that he kept everything in a pocket dimension for easy access. She offered to store her belongings there too, but Issei reminded her of the need to maintain credibility in public. He expressed his reluctance to use his mental manipulation skills in a vigilant environment, referencing an incident that left Rosweiss perplexed. She acknowledged his reasoning, though still confused. Meanwhile, Drake grumbled about Issei's constant references to past experiences, adding a layer of humor to their journey. Finally, Issei and Rosweiss checked their tickets and luggage. As they passed through customs and waited at the departure gates, they enjoyed cafeteria food, eagerly anticipating their journey ahead. Issei's words lingered in the air, a curious mix of awkwardness and sincerity. He commented that Rosweiss' jeans did not make her look bad, which caught her off guard. She expressed her surprise, genuinely confused by his remark. Issei explained that in the residence, she had believed Azazel and him were mocking her appearance, thinking the jeans were unflattering. Rosweiss was taken aback and asked how he knew that. Issei casually mentioned that he had a power that allowed him to read thoughts. Rosweiss, trying to regain her composure, teased him about his abilities. Issei attempted to clarify, but Rosweiss pressed for more information about his earlier comment regarding her appearance. He paused, contemplating his words, and suggested that she might make a decent mother, which caused her to blush. Surprised and embarrassed, Rosweiss reacted strongly to his comment. Issei defended himself, stating he was only responding to her question. She insisted he should have kept his thoughts to himself, her blush deepening. Their playful banter reached a temporary ceasefire as Issei softened his tone, complimenting her caring nature and expressing his belief that she would excel as a mother. Touched by his sincerity, Rosweiss thanked him, her cheeks now reflecting admiration rather than embarrassment. Their conversation was interrupted as they were called to board the plane. Soon after, The plane took off, heading towards Norway, leaving behind the echoes of their unexpected exchange. During the flight, Issei and Drake engaged in a deep internal conversation, their thoughts intertwining like flames dancing in the wind. Issei cautiously sought answers to his turmoil. Drake responded with curiosity and authority. Issei hesitated, grappling with his own words about what he had said to Rosweiss. Drake understood the essence of Issei's concerns and inquired further. Issei confessed that while he hadn't directly called her breedable, he felt conflicted about his thoughts. Drake reassured him, explaining that as a fiery teenager, it was natural for his emotions to run high, especially as a devil. Issei expressed frustration, questioning why he felt this way despite believing he had matured. Drake's tone softened with understanding as he explained that the desire to claim and protect what is rightfully his was part of his essence as a dragon. He recalled a moment when Issei had asserted his dominance over another, reminding him of his primal instincts. Issei contemplated this, trying to make sense of his emotions. Drake noted the changing dynamics between Issei and Rosweiss, observing their growing closeness. Overwhelmed, Issei pinched the bridge of his nose, grappling with the complexity of his feelings. Drake continued, emphasizing the difference between being a mere pervert and experiencing natural urges. He urged Issei not to let his instincts cloud his judgment. Lost in thought, Issei glanced beside him and noticed Rosweiss peacefully sleeping. He observed her head hanging awkwardly and gently leaned over to rest her head on his shoulder, allowing her to sleep more comfortably. A soft smile graced his lips as he watched the movie on the screen before him, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions and newfound understanding. The plane descended smoothly onto the runway, marking the end of their journey. Rosweiss, still deeply asleep, rested on Issei's shoulder, completely unaware of her surroundings. Issei glanced down and noticed drool staining his jacket, prompting an irritated sigh. He felt a mix of annoyance and determination to wake her, shaking her shoulder gently. He urged her to wake up, impatience creeping into his voice. Rosweiss stirred, her exhaustion evident as she murmured that she didn't have the energy for tasks that day and requested to continue resting. Issei sighed, shifting his approach to gently rouse her without making a scene. Startled, Rosweiss snapped awake, her words filled with urgency and concern as she questioned what was happening. Issei informed her that they had finally landed and it was time to exit the airport and get moving. Now aware of her surroundings, Rosweiss quickly got to her feet and retrieved her smaller bag from the overhead compartment. Issei's thoughts echoed his frustration, wishing he could have flown here alone instead of escorting her. As they exited the plane and made their way to the terminal, they faced the customs and baggage check. Rosweiss encountered a barrage of questions about her luggage, particularly regarding Issei's unusual clothing choices. The customs officer raised an eyebrow and asked about Issei's belongings. Before he could respond, Rosweiss interjected, explaining that Issei had a unique taste in fashion, preferring clothes with a touch of femininity. Issei felt a knot tighten in his throat at her words, his unease palpable. In Issei's mind, Drake's laughter echoed, teasing him about the situation. The customs officer observed Issei closely but eventually let them pass, commenting that they should enjoy their time together. Issei's face turned crimson with embarrassment and frustration as he managed a reluctant reply, feeling Drake's amusement at his predicament. They approached the next station for passport checking, where the officers scrutinized their documents, ensuring the individuals matched the photos. Issei had relied on Azazel's supernatural connections to alter his passport to reflect his current appearance, avoiding any questions about his transformation. Once their identities were verified, the officer cheerfully remarked that they should have a good time. Issei noted Rosweiss' blushing reaction to the comment but remained unfazed, ready to embark on their journey. Standing outside the airport, Rosweiss looked at Issei with curiosity, asking if the system had any updates. Issei shook his head, disappointment evident as he checked the system again. Suddenly, a notification appeared, catching his attention. His eyes widened in realization as he noted the message, feeling a moment of anticipation fill the air. The notification welcomed them to Norway and informed them of their rewards. Rosweiss, Intrigued, eagerly questioned Issei about the message. Before he could respond, a haunting voice resonated in his mind, commanding him to roam the city. Issei echoed the command involuntarily, while Rosweiss, seemingly unfazed, suggested that since they were in Floro, it would be delightful to appreciate its beauty and engage in some sightseeing. As Rosweiss enthusiastically shared details about Floro and its history, Issei found himself perplexed, questioning the origin of the strange voice and why he felt compelled to obey it. He pondered the mystery while Rosweiss continued her discourse. Interrupting his thoughts, she turned back to him, exasperated and questioning whether he was paying attention. With practiced confidence, Issei recited the information Rosweiss had shared moments ago, attempting to impress her. She acknowledged his attentiveness with a smile, though Issei sighed and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Undeterred, he approached a waiting taxi and asked the driver if he was available. The driver confirmed his availability, and Issei motioned toward Rosweiss, requesting a comprehensive tour of the city. The driver agreed, and Issei thanked him before heading back to Rosweiss. He excitedly informed her that he had arranged for a taxi to take them on a city tour. Together, they loaded their luggage into the trunk and settled inside the cab. With a purposeful drive, the taxi set off toward the heart of the city, embarking on an adventure spurred by the mysterious voice's command. Inside the confines of the ORC clubhouse at Kuo Academy, Rias sat regally at her desk, surrounded by her comrades settled on the couches before her. In her hand she held a pawn piece, her fingers tracing its contours with an almost obsessive fascination. Rias's mind whirred with conflicting thoughts, her eyes fixed on the pawn piece. She reflected on her recent experiences, feeling a mix of longing and frustration. The thought of having regained someone important to her, only to see him leave again, weighed heavily on her heart. Her gaze shifted to the other 7 chess pieces arranged neatly before her. Surzex had delivered them after Issei had become free pieces, and the pawns had somehow found their way into his hands. A surge of longing gripped her heart, and she clenched her thumb between her teeth in a moment of frustration. The desire to see him right away consumed her, even though he had just departed a few hours ago. He may be a free pawn, but her Valkyrie rook was not. Determination gleamed in her eyes as she contemplated her next move. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Aquino, perceptive as ever, couldn't overlook the subtle change in Rias's demeanor. Worry gripped her thoughts as she considered what might be troubling her friend. Whatever it was, it seemed to center around Issei, especially given Rias's continuous fixation on the pawn pieces since that morning. Azazel had cautioned against pushing or provoking him, but with Rias's recent actions, Aquino sensed she might be treading a dangerous path. As her queen, it was Aquino's responsibility to ensure Rias didn't recklessly throw herself into peril. The others in the room exchanged worried glances, noting the peculiar change in Rias's demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, Rias remained in a trance, her eyes fixated on the pawn in her hand. She stroked the top of the piece, her touch gentle yet possessive, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. The unsettling aura surrounding her did not escape the notice of her companions, leaving them uneasy, their minds awash with unspoken questions. Back with Issei and Rosweiss, they remained in the taxi, exploring the city's various sights, from the lush forest areas to the scenic shorelines. Issei's mind was a whirlwind of contemplation, pondering the mysterious voice he had heard, questioning his decisions, and trying to grasp the true purpose of his presence in this unfamiliar place. He found himself inadequately prepared for the challenges that loomed ahead, a realization that gnawed at him. Their taxi journey finally came to a halt in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel, a courtesy extended by Azazel. The intention behind this grand gesture was not lost on Issei, who understood Azazel's playful intent, although it sailed over Rosweiss's head, who perceived it as mere coincidence. Issei, however, saw through the crow's plans. Taking charge, Issei approached the receptionist to secure accommodations for both of them. He inquired about the availability of 2 rooms. The receptionist replied apologetically that there was only 1 room available. Determined to find a solution, Issei pressed on, asking if there were at least 2 beds in the room. Unfortunately, the receptionist explained that the rooms only had 1 bed each. Undeterred, Issei persisted, asking if there was at least a couch in the room. The receptionist confirmed that there was. Issei decided to take the room, reaching into his pocket to produce a card provided by Azazel, who had entrusted him to use it for their overseas endeavors. The receptionist cheerfully wished them a nice honeymoon, unaware of the complexities of their relationship. Rosweiss blushed deeply at the comment, catching Issei's attention once more. He thought to himself that she looked cute when she blushed. Ascending the stairs to their shared room, Issei and Rosweiss settled in, each claiming their chosen spot. Issei made himself comfortable on the couch while Rosweiss gracefully occupied the bed. She acknowledged the height difference between them and offered to take the couch instead, suggesting that the bed should provide ample space for his comfort. Issei waved off her concern with confidence, assuring her that he would handle it. Curiosity piqued, Issei began to explore their lodgings. He glanced out the window, where the picturesque view of the shore and ocean greeted him. Satisfied, he moved on to inspect the bathroom. He informed Rosweiss that he was going to take a quick shower and would return shortly. As Issei undressed and stepped into the shower, he grumbled internally about the cramped space, voicing his displeasure to Drake. Drake's amused voice sounded in his mind, reminding him that not everyone possessed his grand stature. Growing frustrated, Issei pondered an alternative and resolved to open a portal to his dimension for a refreshing shower. With determination, he conjured a portal within the bathroom, stepping into it while leaving it open, a decision that would soon prove significant. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Rosweiss noticed that the shower remained ominously silent, devoid of the familiar sound of running water. Concern etched her voice as she called out to Issei, but her inquiry went unanswered. Undeterred, she tried again, her tone laced with eagerness, but still, there was no response, deepening her worry. Now deeply troubled, Rosweiss approached the door and knocked gently, her voice trembling with concern. Yet again, her words echoed back to her, unanswered. Driven by her growing apprehension, she cautiously pushed the door open, her eyes widening in surprise as she discovered a rift in the middle of the bathroom. Realization dawned on her, piquing her curiosity. Stepping into the bathroom, she inspected the mysterious rift, her mind racing with thoughts. She deduced that it must lead to Issei's other dimension, marveling at the inexplicable phenomenon before her. Braving her curiosity, Rosweiss poked her head inside, finding herself in Issei's bedroom. As her eyes roamed the vast space, she contemplated whether this was the very space he referred to when speaking of residing within his pocket dimension. The room was surprisingly spacious, with carefully arranged furniture and a sense of solitude. Her attention was drawn to the sound of running water, and she followed it to discover two double doors. One led to the bathroom, and the other opened into a massive walk-in wardrobe. Rosweiss marveled at the luxurious setup, her thoughts racing to understand Issei's choice. She mused that he must have felt suffocated in the bathroom, prompting him to utilize his own space. She imagined it must be quite pleasant residing within a spacious chamber all on his own. As the water turned off, Rosweiss decided to retreat, backing away and closing the door to the other dimension. Needing to divert her attention, she pretended to be engrossed in one of the brochures on the bedside table. However, her eyes widened as she stumbled upon something unexpected. She realized that the resort they were at was named Honeymoon Resort. A hint of pink tinted her cheeks as she vehemently shook her head, dispelling any misconceptions and denying the implications of the resort's name. Emerging from the bathroom, Issei joined Rosweiss in the shared space. Sensing her discomfort, he decided to initiate a conversation to divert her attention. Rosweiss expressed her curiosity about how Issei's bath had gone, though a hint of nervousness lingered in her tone. Issei responded that it had been satisfactory and inquired if she had been browsing through brochures while he was away. Rosweiss hesitated before admitting that was indeed what she had been doing, though she concealed the truth from Issei, who sensed her presence infiltrating his dimension. He had deliberately left a rift open as a signal of his presence in another realm. While he hadn't expected her to peer into it, he deemed the intrusion inconsequential, as no actual harm had been done. His thoughts raced as he contemplated the situation. He reflected on how he could sense her presence and how he hadn't acknowledged her attempts to reach him, not anticipating her curiosity. Despite the underlying tension, Issei maintained his composure as Rosweiss excused herself to freshen up. He watched her leave, sinking back onto the bed, his mind wrestling with unanswered questions. The system had remained silent, withholding any further instructions and leaving him in a state of uncertainty. In the recesses of his mind, Draig's voice resonated, offering a perspective. He suggested that perhaps the system desired Issei to truly relish his moments alongside the Valkyrie, encouraging him to embrace the experience with fervor. Issei shook his head, expressing his doubts about that notion. Draig gently prodded him, reminding him of the relentless dedication he had poured into his training over the past 2 years, suggesting that perhaps now was the time to take a moment for himself. Issei's determination held firm. He felt he had not yet attained the power he sought, referring to the fleeting strength he had harnessed during a recent confrontation. Draig inquired about Issei's desire for that power, prompting Issei to reflect on the invigorating sensation he had experienced during that moment of strength. He described how it felt liberating, as if nothing could stand in his way. Draig challenged Issei's perception, questioning whether the power he craved was merely a sensation rather than a true understanding of its essence. Issei's uncertainty lingered as he settled down, lost in thought while waiting for Rosweiss to finish her shower. When Rosweiss emerged, she expressed genuine surprise at how quickly dawn had arrived. Issei checked the clock and calculated the time difference, explaining that Japan was 7 hours ahead of Norway and that their flight had been just over 2 hours long. He expressed gratitude for services like taxi and hotel management, acknowledging how fortunate they were not to be sleeping outside. Rosweiss agreed, her voice tinged with anxiety as Issei's mind echoed with a mysterious voice that sent chills down his spine, mentioning the fish markets. Issei firmly stated his expectation to be at the fish markets around noon, though his unease grew. He walked toward the window, his mind in turmoil from the strange voice. He called out to Draig, seeking reassurance about the voice he had heard. Draig, unaware of Issei's distress, asked what voice he was referring to. Issei described the hollow-sounding voice that had instructed him earlier, feeling a sense of desperation. Draig expressed genuine concern, having not heard the voice at all. Rosweiss's voice broke through Issei's turmoil, pulling him back to reality as she waved her hand before him, asking if everything was all right. Issei attempted to mask his preoccupation, saying he was just contemplating the salmon. Rosweiss inquired about their plans for heading out, and Issei suggested aiming for around 7 to 8 a.m. to start the day early with breakfast. Rosweiss expressed her eagerness to indulge in Norwegian cuisine, her pride evident in her extensive knowledge of the subject. Issei managed a small smile in response, though the shadow of the mysterious voice lingered, casting a foreboding cloud over their plans. At the crack of dawn, Issei and Rosweiss patiently waited until 7 a.m. before heading to the dining area for breakfast. During the wait, Issei conjured a portal, and all the belongings he would have taken on the plane dropped at his feet. Rosweiss watched in awe, impressed by the level of control Issei exhibited over his dimension. She expressed her admiration, humbly seeking his expertise to teach her that technique when the time was right. Issei acknowledged the usefulness of the ability but felt uncertain about whether he could teach it. He contemplated its potential and how it might align with his strategic objectives. Afterward, they settled on the couch to watch the morning news on TV. The news reporter announced that strange lights continued to shower over Norway, with researchers suggesting it was some kind of natural phenomenon. Issei mused about the northern lights, while Rosweiss observed that this situation seemed distinct from what they were accustomed to. She noted that typically, the lights would possess a green hue, but in this case, the illumination exhibited a distinct silver hue, deviating from the norm. Issei speculated about possible reasons for this anomaly, mentioning global warming, climate change, or even the influence of notable figures. Rosweiss continued her observations, noting the shape of the lights resembling a serpent and the uncanny sense of vitality emanating from it. Issei's curiosity was piqued as he questioned whether the gods of the Norse pantheon had commented on the matter. Rosweiss explained that the Norse faith had witnessed a significant decline in followers since biblical influences reached countries like Norway, Sweden, Greenland, and Iceland. She felt that their understanding of these lands had been diluted, almost losing its significance. The mystery of the silver serpent lights lingered in the air, leaving them both deep in thought as they contemplated its implications. They continued to watch TV, engrossed in the screen, until it was time to head to the dining halls. Upon arrival, they scanned the bustling room, noting that at least half of the tables were already occupied. Finding an empty spot, they settled down, and Issei couldn't help but notice the genuine excitement in Rosweiss's eyes. He remarked on her enthusiasm, and she eagerly shared her anticipation for the out-of-this-world dishes they would try. As the waitress approached to take their order, Issei remained silent, knowing that Rosweiss would choose his meal for him. She declared their choices, suggesting hearty gratin paired with delightful slices of bread adorned with cheese and a crisp glass of orange juice for herself, while Issei opted for cold water. The waitress confirmed their order and left for the kitchen, and Issei found amusement in seeing the eagerness on Rosweiss's face. Curiosity piqued, Issei asked about gratin, likening it to something from a game. Rosweiss animatedly responded, describing it as a wonderful porridge concoction made from flour, rice, and groats simmering in nourishing milk. Her words conveyed both scholarly insight and warmth as she shared the culinary details. Issei found her cheerful demeanor surprising, especially compared to how Azazel had portrayed her at school the previous day. He hesitated to undertake any tasks from the system, concerned about disrupting her newfound positivity. As they waited for their food, Rosweiss scanned the hall, observing other couples engrossed in their tender moments. She mused about the atmosphere, wondering if Issei realized how happy the women seemed with their partners. Absorbed in contemplation, he rested his hand on his face, gazing pensively out of the window. Rosweiss thought to herself that under the gentle sunlight, Issei looked quite handsome, and she entertained a fanciful daydream of a future where they were joined together in marriage, sharing a tender moment at their honeymoon destination. When Issei noticed her gaze, he redirected his eyes toward her, prompting an immediate reaction. She flinched and looked away, her thoughts racing as she protested internally against her feelings. She struggled to dispel the intrusive thoughts that haunted her, reminding herself of her role as a responsible teacher. A sudden realization dawned upon Rosweiss. She felt a touch of worry and concern as she thought about Issei's ability to delve into minds. Curiosity piqued, Issei inquired about her thoughts. Rosweiss stammered, insecurity creeping into her voice as self-doubt took hold. Issei teased her, prompting her to reveal what was on her mind. Embarrassment flooded Rosweiss, turning her cheeks red. She felt the pressure of his expectation, aware of the potential for manipulation. Issei assured her that he was not trying to manipulate her, causing her to stiffen in response. Rosweiss mused about Issei's impressive ability to untangle thoughts, realizing there was little point in hiding the truth from someone so perceptive. Issei clarified that he did not read thoughts but instead used a skill called speed thinking, which allowed him to process information and analyze situations at lightning speed. He explained how he could predict people's thoughts based on probabilities, a skill that set him apart. Amazed, Rosweiss expressed her admiration for his unique and useful skill. Issei shared that he could devour entire books in seconds, absorbing their content as if it were ingrained in him. He recounted how he mastered quantum mechanics, revealing that he had his reasons for learning it, though he seldom used it due to the overwhelming nature of his analysis. As he attempted to predict her thoughts, he found himself contemplating various unrelated matters, including the time it would take for their food to arrive. He pointed out a couple nearby, sharing an intriguing revelation about a woman who was determined to persuade someone to stop blackmailing her, hinting at a playful encounter she had prior to her wedding. Rosweiss felt a mix of disgust and shock at Issei's revelations. Issei, grinning mischievously, continued to share the details, which only widened her eyes in disbelief. When she asked about the accuracy of his predictions, he began to respond with a long string of nines before she interrupted him, indicating she understood. Changing the subject, Rosweiss asked about the time remaining until their meal arrived. Issei set a 1-minute timer on his phone, placing it in front of her. As the timer ticked down, Rossweiss anxiously awaited their meal, noticing Issei's confident smirk. When the waitress arrived, she began to list their order, slightly flustered by the timer's beep. Issei thanked the waitress with a smile as she walked away, while Rossweiss remained in awe of his accurate prediction. As the tension settled, Issei couldn't resist sharing more information, revealing that some husbands nearby were entertaining inappropriate thoughts about the waitress. In a heartfelt plea, Rossweiss urged him to stop, feeling overwhelmed. Issei, with a playful chuckle, glanced at his breakfast, appreciating its appearance. When he looked up, he noticed Rossweiss eagerly awaiting his reaction to the food. He decided to tease her, setting down his spoon dramatically. Rossweiss, flustered, expressed her concern about his apparent disapproval of the food. Issei playfully demanded that she feed him, enjoying the moment. Reluctantly, Rossweiss picked up his spoon and moved it toward his mouth, locking eyes with him, which made her blush. In his mind, Draig's voice echoed, but Issei quickly silenced it, focusing instead on the food. He took a bite of the gratin, his eyes widening in surprise. Rossweiss asked if he liked it, and he replied with enthusiasm, noting that he had never encountered porridge quite like it before. As Rossweiss set the spoon down, Issei grabbed her hand, teasing her about needing to serve her personally. He confidently declared that it was now his turn to feed her, prompting her to protest, her cheeks flushing as she looked away. Issei insisted she gaze into his eyes as he had done, scooping a bit of the gratin and directing it toward her mouth. Reluctantly, Rossweiss complied, biting down on the spoon and swallowing the food. Issei asserted confidently that it hadn't been so difficult, settling back into his seat with a self-assured smirk. Rossweiss remained silent, making an effort to suppress her blush. Unbeknownst to them, those around them captured photos of their interaction, documenting moments of Rossweiss feeding Issei and vice versa. After finishing their breakfast, they left the dining hall and headed back to their hotel rooms, the playful banter still lingering between them. As Issei and Rossweiss wandered through the streets of Floro, they patiently awaited the arrival of noon. Along the way, they explored the city's monuments and points of interest, with Rossweiss taking the opportunity to introduce Issei to the diverse array of Norwegian cuisine offered by local food vendors. Amidst their stroll, Rossweiss found herself pondering Issei's behavior, particularly his interactions with her. Her thoughts swirled as she considered his distinct demeanor when he was in her presence, a marked contrast to his reserved and rough exterior around the other members of the ORC. She reflected on how Issei transformed in her company, his cheerfulness shining through, unlike the gruffness he displayed with others. Rossweiss recalled the challenges Issei had faced, including the devil attack and the isolation he endured. A mix of anger and sorrow filled her heart for his pain, especially after witnessing his memories through Azazel's perspective. She found herself caught in a dilemma, wondering if Issei's smile was genuine or merely a facade. Despite everything he had gone through, seeing him grin warmed her heart. Interrupting her thoughts, Issei, with a playful glint in his eyes, remarked that she was fortunate they were in a public setting. Otherwise, he would have used his speed thinking to anticipate her thoughts once more, though he preferred to avoid unnecessary mental strain. He playfully declared that she was spared, at least for now. Rossweiss, feeling a bit self-conscious, questioned whether he had to persistently navigate the labyrinth of her thoughts. Issei teased that he found her quite interesting, which brought a gentle smile to Rossweiss's lips. She inquired if he truly thought she was interesting, to which Issei affirmed his admiration. He noted her strength and power as a Valkyrie from the Norse pantheon, but what set her apart was her remarkable sense of grace and compassion. Attempting to be humble, Rossweiss downplayed her abilities, but Issei was quick to challenge her modesty. He reminded her that Odin himself had handpicked her to be his personal bodyguard and praised her talent for sealing magic, insisting there was no need for her to downplay her remarkable skills. Grateful for his kind words, Rossweiss felt her cheeks warm with a faint blush. Issei, in a playful mood, flicked her forehead and continued to tease her, enjoying the light-hearted banter. Rossweiss expressed her irritation at his antics, questioning the purpose of his playful gesture. Issei shrugged it off, his demeanor reminiscent of mischievous figures from his past, which only added to Rossweiss's exasperation. She remarked, with a mix of admiration and vexation, that he was starting to resemble Azazel and Odin more and more, which was both frustrating and endearing.